Okay, we're going. Rolling my
Everything-
audio, but I have to move windows back because I was shooting Wanted earlier. I had windows in different places, different tabs. Okay, Delta Green is way more enthusiastic last time. Anyway, something. This episode is brought to you by patrons like Adam Harper, Haka Comics, G, Carlos Dragon Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Reason Raptor, Roger, Robin Trevor, Sean Pryor, some guy named Bob, starting 23, Very the Crow, you like we do one season more, consider the Patreon.
Yeah.
This is definitely not a mind hack, as I drone on and on.
Holy crap!
anyway.
I got the answer to all life's problems. My test roll, I rolled 42.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. Hold on, I might actually take a fiver and go splash some water. I'm a little slow. I'm gonna pause this audio for a sec. I'll be right back.
He's gonna pause that audio. I guess it's just us.
Talk amongst yourselves.
My right eye is like burning, so I'll be right back.
Oh, Max will be back as well. I guess people were not as ready as they thought.
So, on that note, I do have I did some work, and I do have a number of questions to ask Barbara Luna, and I was seeing if I was going to run them by you and see if you can think of any more I might need to ask.
Oh, sure. Give me them.
So, just what can she tell us about the Luna family and Umbral House? What can she tell us about the civil suit with Carl's de Luna?
Mm-hmm.
Why is she not repaired Umbral House at all?
That one's probably easy. That one's just probably a matter of money.
Possibly, but there might be, who knows if there's other reasons. Maybe her grandfather told her never to or something like that.
Or she just doesn't want to bother if it's an old place that's no point living in.
Yeah.
I would recommend ask her about, because she came from France as well, right?
No, I believe she's.
I thought she was.
Well, I think the whole
Charles came from
family.
France.
No, I know that.
Barbara Luna is the granddaughter of Erwin Luna, which is the guy who stormed the damn place and killed a bunch of people.
I would ask about that place, Arrivederci. I can't remember the actual name of it.
Did I actually write it down? I could have swore I did.
Region. I don't have that easily.
I just said
like
evil French place. Yeah, I wrote down evil French place named after shadows.
That's separate, but
no, it's not. That's what I'm talking about.
You're talking about the name of the location, not the region. But yeah,
I'm back.
Okay, great. Welcome back.
Sorry about that.
There it is.
I was listening to music. I was very focused before we got started. Then we had the whole "Are we ready?" song and dance, and then I lost it for a second. All right, I'm back. Let's go. Okay, Delta Green. You guys have note documents that remember stuff that happened last time.
Yay.
Yes.
You, I assume, have your plan about things you want to do this time.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, before we go anywhere, actually, before we go anywhere, Kara, I would like you to roll sand.
Oh, right.
I rolled a...
In there.
Wait.
Oh,
well, it doesn't really matter. It's 9 or a 6. Wait, the line's on the bottom. That makes it a 6, right?
What's the 10 spot?
Yeah, the 10 spot's a 0, 0, and then it's fucking a 6 on the die, so it's 6.
Okay, you're fine.
Yes.
You sleep.
Yay! She who screams lets me sleep. I am excited.
Slept achieved. Therefore, we move on to our actual first thing, which is Professor Jack. You were woken up in the morning, or maybe you're already up. I don't know. You got a knock on your door. There's a courier here. Got a package for you. It is
I look
very...
at the courier shiftily.
Yeah, I mean, he's just waiting for you to sign. It looks like it's got official government-type stampification upon it overnight. Sir, your package.
No, sign for it.
Okay. All right, you have obtained X1 package. It appears to be stamped and dated from your home agency. But when you slice it open, or pry it open, whatever you do, you open it up, you have a little portable hard case for a satellite telephone. So you got your sat phone. There's a little handwritten note on an index card in here. It says, as per your request, X1 sat phone, charged. All your important contact information is pre-programmed in.
Okay.
If you break it, you bought it. Signed, Agent Green.
Yeah. But so yeah, this is a sat nav. Got it. Good. So no phone interference. Bullcrap.
And
Also,
like
did
you said,
anything
it's
set
got all
off my
the
traps?
numbers you'd expect to be pre-programmed in there. Your home office, your home, all your friends in the cell, everything. It's great. How did you get these? Don't explain.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, this is nice. Wait a minute.
Wait.
If it
Hold
wasn't
on.
delivered to, if you found it in a green box, you'd roll sand right now, but you didn't.
No,
It's fine.
no. Okay,
No,
so
no,
yeah,
this is
basically
just
it's morning of the next
This is
day.
not Eldritch Spoopy. This is the government spooky. Anyway, wait, no. Oh my god, I did want to ask. Anything happening with our traps or no?
No, your rat traps remain as they were last night.
I think
Okay.
we're like a few miles away from the place.
I don't care.
He's paranoid.
He has an anxiety disorder. Yes.
Also, you really think those are normal rats? They're moon rats.
They don't have whatever.
As
Whatever.
we say in our breakfast nook.
Thing.
Or we just
over some hotel eggs.
Yeah.
We're not like a whatever. We're not talking. I'm not talking about this right now.
I dashed some hot sauce on the eggs.
I need some on mine too. I need to wake up.
I have no eggs. I only have coffee.
You have some solids in you, Doctor.
I probably have just whatever kind of protein is available, and similarly, a giant thing of coffee.
No, the pot's working overtime.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You're probably brewing number 2 or number 3 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Probably have a thermos for coffee as well.
Dr. Kara, when you Axe mentions get some solids, she'll pull out some multivitamins and just shove a few into her mouth and keep going.
Why do I even bother?
You're supposed to take those with food.
No, you don't have to.
All right. So, do you guys want to discuss any of your plans for the day? Otherwise, I guess it's just who wants to, break first.
Let's see. So
So as I was
And I have the longest
before,
trip, so I'll probably head out after we finish breakfast.
is there anything that anyone specifically wants me to discuss with Barbara Luna when I go meet her?
Well, you said you
I would have mentioned Averone.
If I can work it in, that's might be stretching it a little bit, but if I can work it in, I'll try to. The last one was seeing if she has the capacity by herself to allow investigations onto the property of Umbral House.
Well, the problem is then you have to explain to her why you want to be let on to Umbral House.
I have reasons I'm going to explain to her, so without letting anything in.
Well, I'm curious about your reasons.
I mean, I'm going to lie to her.
What's your lie?
That I'm investigating the bootlegging connection, making sure that the bodies found up on the hill aren't connected.
technically, it's not a lie.
I'm about to say, that's not really a lie.
It's what you're officially doing.
Of the truth.
I mean, that's what I'm here.
Well, I mean, admitting is kind of lying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would say it is technically a lie. You guys have taken your bone doctors have taken an eyeball at those bones. Those are not prohibition bones.
Yeah.
No, but there's probably something.
But they could be related. You don't know.
You will hear Dr. Molo as he's getting his coat and 5 different coats on as he heads out, going, "Check if she has a tail."
Click.
I'm not chasing tails.
Eh.
I don't think she's that kind of. I don't think it's. I don't know. Never mind.
Well, you didn't find any tail bones, but you don't know nothing.
I don't know if it's like that kind of lineage, but
they weren't part of the family.
Dallas is heading to Miskatonic.
Yeah.
To raid their library.
Garza, take it as if there was an incident in one place, but there's possible precedent for being in different locations on the land. So take that as you will.
Well, whatever, Garcia.
Right,
you probably
let's
know.
see.
You probably got an idea. As long as you don't ruin the opera, whatever.
I'm not.
I'll be going to the field office to see what I can find.
If we're going by the those who have the longest trip must leave first, I believe that means because
Well, I'm in a different city, aren't I?
Doctor and Punchman are gonna also go the next city over because they're gonna check out the Arkham Advertiser's archives.
Yeah, no. Then we'll actually wait. No. The professor has a bike, so.
Yep.
But don't we only have one other vehicle?
Yeah.
Well,
Currently, yes.
Mine can fit one person in it, or two
He
if
does
they're
have a
small.
sidecar.
I do have a sidecar, and I did unload my. I didn't keep my stuff in my bike, so that my stuff is in my hotel room.
Unfortunately,
Holland's
the
not
petty
small.
officer Holland is not small.
Yeah.
What are
No,
you, strength
I
18?
had a feeling.
15?
Not strength 18, strength 15, but that's
Still-
still bulky.
Still pretty big boy.
And it's Constitution 17, yes, definitely
Yeah.
bulky.
Yeah, no,
That's
that's a big lad.
He's a heavy lad.
Wall man.
There's also
I mean, I'm pretty
personal
sure
needs.
there would be, we're in New England. The two cities are pretty closely, not walking distance, but there's probably a bus service you guys could pick up as an
You
incidental.
could take
Yeah.
a metro, and then we could just pick you up after.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
done. So probably be done sooner.
we'll take ye old bus.
So I assume this means that Holland is not wearing his M4 carbine on the bus with him.
Yeah.
I mean, you can always put
Probably
it in
not
the duffel.
carrying your, not wearing your Kevlar vests and shit.
No.
Yeah, probably just house that in the bags.
My hunting rifle will be in one of my bags.
I still have a light pistol though, in
I
a
always have
holster,
some.
concealed.
I'm a fed. I always have something under my arm, or like.
All right,
Yeah.
and then I guess because these are both still in Kingsport, I guess it's just the question of who wants to keep your government issue SUV between the two federal agents.
Let's see.
You can keep it. I'm fine walking.
Depends how far away it is, yeah, actually.
I mean, I believe I will double check to be sure, but
General distance,
Believe
because I'm fine just
it
taking him, dropping him
is-
off, and going to the field office. But if it makes it a bit awkward, we can just avoid that.
yeah, she's in the waterfront district, the touristy side of town. It's probably within walking distance of your hotel.
All right,
Okay.
I'll leave you to it.
All right, let's.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I also definitely have not removed any of the rat traps.
Okay.
Cleaning, housekeeping later is going to get terrified.
I'm gonna hate you.
All
Oh,
right. Through the
great.
power of randomness, let's go to the FBI field office first.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see.
You
so,
appeared in the FBI field office. It is a nondescript gray building.
I think I have enough. Let's see. I have 40 in bureaucracy, and I think I've done this kind of thing before. Or I just know Benowitz has, to where
Okay.
we get to the records, and then I check about that time period and about them, and to see what just kind of comes up through the red tape and the
Yeah,
black
sure.
ink.
Go ahead and what's your bureaucracy? 40?
40. So, like,
Go ahead and roll it. Let's see how thorough you are.
all right, fair enough. Let's see. Probably wonder if I fail, it just takes a way fucking time. That's a 30.
Okay.
It's a 30.
All right. In the FBI field office, you go into the stacks, into the filing cabinets, and you start pulling files. If anybody asks, you're just like, God, it's related to the mass grave thing. And like, don't ask any questions.
Because that's more time they don't want to care.
They're way too busy.
Yeah.
Need to know basis.
All right. So you do find some of the old notes that were transferred from the Bureau of Prohibition.
Oh, wonderful.
They are poorly taken, heavily aged. You're probably actually looking at like photocopies made in like the 60s or 70s or something from the last time somebody transcribed these. But you do dig them up. It has surveillance records, written records anyway, of the Umbral House place, the property. A couple of prohees posted up with binocs and appeared to observe what appeared to be crates of booze moving in and out. But when they attempted to investigate in person up close to confirm, They went missing and were never heard from again.
Right, so they didn't know what were in the crates. They were just crates being secretly moved.
Yeah.
Okay.
They looked like they had bootleggers with cars with crates full of whiskey, probably Canadian. But they couldn't prove it because it's not like you had like a high zoom fish angle lens where you can tell how many moles a guy has on his face from 100 feet away.
I figure where I put this in the note sheet.
Stick
You
it under,
also
stick it under the FBI field office at the bottom.
All right.
You also find some old ass FBI records from back when you were just the Bureau of Investigation.
Scary.
Yeah, back when good old J. Edgar was still in charge. You remember some of these from your briefing, but these are actual reports, some of which are slightly redacted, which appears to be that after Prohibition ended, under the direction from at least the director's office, you don't know if he was personally involved or not, but the Bureau of Investigation targeted the Lune's business connections in Kingsport itself. They apparently owned a couple of pawn shops, according to these records, which were targeted for selling stolen or counterfeit goods. What's your law?
41.
Okay. You think some of these warrants that are recorded in here, the ground's a little shaky. That's not anything new for J. Edgar Hoover's FBI.
It's nothing new because, again, it's like they usually made up the reason when they had to bag someone because most times they had to find someone because someone else was involved.
So if there was a modern court of appeals trial, like if one of those Innocence Project type things got involved, you might have some problems, but nobody's reading these old ass records. So it looks like their businesses were shut down for whatchamacallit, or several of their employees were busted for selling stolen or counterfeit goods. There's apparently some evidence notes as they went through, that they may have been forging antique coins. They found some signs of that there, but nothing else really crazy in there. They don't have any photographic evidence or anything that wasn't connected to the cases that they were prosecuting.
Fair enough.
There are some notes that it did seem like prior to the busts, there may have been a line from the Lune family businesses to the actual organized crime families in Boston, and that is where the majority of the Bureau of Investigation resources focused. But after the closing of the pawn shops and those kinds of arrests, you can't find any further taps to that investigation, so maybe that's just where they patched that leak.
Right. It might be the thing that they doing pawn shops because they were trying to grab at any kind of old knickknacks and relics they could hand on indirectly.
And one last thing you find is you cross-reference. There are some notes about arrest records and everything, keeping track of everybody. You do find that there are arrest records for a couple of clerks being busted for the pawn shops, like I said, and at least one was a member of the family. This would have been in the 30s, by the way. Arthur Lune was arrested, and there is a note that he was charged with various crimes related to selling stolen goods. But he was found NGMI, not guilty by mental insanity, and served the rest of his life in the Arkham Sanitarium. I'm going to warn you, if you want his sanitarium records, you will have to do something probably super illegal.
Yeah, because that's the whole.
You do not get access to medical records.
Yeah.
Well, you'll need a damned good warrant to check out.
Like the fact that he was found NGNI is probably.
But like the 30s?
You would be able to get access. It's just whether or not you want people knowing you want access. Because you would not be able to just get it.
Yeah, you can't just roll up and be like, I need to see the. Even though he's long dead now, you kind of just roll up and go, hey, need you see this guy's psychiatric records that are confidential?
It's precedent, yeah.
So you would need a really good warrant, which would, again, as Dallas did bring up, that would send waves of the chain, or again, very illegal.
I mean, you need to might have put down the things I found out because it's like.
No, I'm not. You guys take your own notes.
Yep.
No, okay. I was trying.
I have 40 pages of this to coordinate.
That's fair. If someone wants to fill in on the bits, because it's like I was trying to listen and I couldn't type and listen at the same time.
And I think that is everything in the field office. Would have come to other places, but you've already been to the sheriff's office. Yeah, that's the bulk. You spend most of your... maybe not even most. You rolled under. Probably a couple hours out of your morning just digging through old files, and that's mostly what you find.
Okay.
How hard is it going to break into? Well, I guess that's one of those things I got to go eyeball and see how secure it is.
I think if I get and take all
The famous and spooky Arkham Sanitarium?
I've never been there.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty good. It's very historic. So maybe not physically very good, but it's well known. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't think breaking into it will be easy.
They did collect one of their things for the pawn shops was they collected like fancy coins, right?
No,
There was evidence that they were forging antique coins.
Okay.
I mean, if it's a sanitarium, it's likely shut down by now.
Well, that probably means the records were probably moved to elsewhere.
Because we're in the U.S. and thanks, Reagan.
Nah, this is the not the Arkham Asylum, but the Arkham Sanitarium. This place is still open.
Oh wait, no, that's right. We still have mental wards.
Okay, so this is basically like the only one in Massachusetts then. Because that's
Entirely
what
possibly,
it's
but this
come
one's
down
very
to.
in Lovecraft's writing. This one was very famous and recurring, so it's still open.
No, I understand. I'm just saying in the 80s, 85% of all sanitariums were shut down.
Now they're just called psychiatric hospitals, my dude.
True.
I'm not going to say
I'm saying is
rebrand.
85% of state-run ones of those were shut down as well.
I don't actually know if Arkham was. I know it's named the Arkham Sanitarium. I don't know if it would have been state-run.
From my
It was.
recollection.
It was
okay.
probably a private interest.
That's different then.
That's terrifying.
That's also way worse.
Yeah.
Listen, we don't talk about what happened to the Arkham Sanitarium. Many bad things happened. If you guys in character find out about this place and find out how many like dead sorcerers' bones they've got in their basement.
We would just call up our courier. We found an alternative job. Can we just glass this place?
I think we need to burn down the Arkham Sanitarium. Why?
No.
Don't ask questions.
Sorry, you can't because at least we get at least 2 agents out of them per year.
All right, through the power of randomness, let's go to Dallas. You are in Miskatonic's library.
I hope I marked everything down.
So anything particularly you are focusing on in terms of the history, or do you just want me to
No, I'm focusing on Averon and basically the origins of this family coming over here.
All right.
I'm trying to
what's
focus
your
on the
history?
origins. History. It is a 60, I believe. Let me check. Make sure. Yeah, it is 60.
All right. So you are focusing on Avernion?
Yeah, Avernion and then them coming over to America. Like the foundations of the house and family.
So you are able to, since you're digging around in history, you find a record of the Lune family crest. It is a silver moon over a white tree with asymmetric branches.
Was it on that button that we found? Or
no, it does not look like the medallion you found.
Gotcha.
Though the tree, it's a little handsy for a tree. It's got kind of like 4 branches on one side and 1 branch on the other side.
I can't. Chiral!
It's still mostly a tree.
Okay.
So researching the historical area, you dig in and you find out that the Lune family, their surname is first recorded from sometime in the medieval period. They were known to engage in silversmithing and bookbinding. And in the various periods in the past, their family was wealthy enough to be counted among knights, even commanding small knightly orders, which, by the way, commanding a small knightly order is also known as a priory.
Oh.
Okay.
Apparently, they never expressed any kind of interest in the colonies until shortly before the Revolutionary War, sorry. Misread my own notes. Where apparently they had some kind of disagreement with the church. You
Okay,
do
so
discover that Avignon is a historical province known for very extensive churches, monasteries, and a famous cathedral in the city of Vions.
I'm
Possibly
going to
Vion?
assume French Catholic.
Yeah. Posted something in Vions. However, the province was famously also said to be witch-ridden. That's an exact quote.
Oh boy.
Many of the churches and monasteries were built over the ruins of older Druidic temple. Was when the Catholics Christianized the area. You find references to, during the period, there was a very, very famous occultist, a self-proclaimed wizard known as Gaspard du Nord. He translated many and transcribed many medieval era grimoires. There is also a historical tale about something called the Beast of Avignon, a horrible monster heated by a red comet. You don't know of any direct link between these things and the Lune family, but they were in the area for hundreds of years.
Okay.
Dallas, are you taking any notes?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hear typing in the background.
Okay.
They might be a little more chicken pecky, but that's how I do my notes anyway. I make small notes, and then that makes my brain remember the thing.
Okay, I guess we got to take notes on our own then.
Any clarifying question on what you...
Yes, two. I have two questions. So there's no detail into what exactly the religious disagreement is that caused the family to
They
move?
apparently were investigated by the Holy Inquisition for something related to alchemy or occultism, but
Okay.
the records are not recorded in America.
That's fair, but I just needed to...
No.
That is very different.
They were investigated and decided to flee the country. Yes, that's an important point.
That's very different than the other 1,000 people that fled here due to other religious things. So,
no, yeah, these guys were not. They don't appear to be like
weren't
Protestants
just the wrong
fleeing.
type of Christian or Jews or Muslims. They
got into trouble with the actual Catholic Church.
Inquisition. Okay. And finally, the other thing I wanted to ask is, as far as occult records, are there any records? I mean, this is Miskatonic University, so I don't know how much I will be able to access. Are there any records of occult phenomenon in that area, either prior or about the time that family arrived?
Which area? You mean in Avignon or here?
No, the house.
Okay. What's your occult?
80.
Okay. All right. Yeah. You can dig up some occult records. So, working your way backwards through history, you find your earliest notes are journals developing the concepts of stuff like ley lines and geomancy since the 20s. All say that hill and that area is super bad news bears. There's all kinds of negative energy emanating from it. And you find a lot of local ghost stories. Obviously, there's the Redcoat urban legend, which we mentioned before. Some people still claim that they can see guys in red shirts up on the hill. There are also apparently supposed to be sightings of hauntings of pale young women, possibly nuns, from nearby hikers. And some people also claim to have wolf sightings in the locale, but no confirmations, no corpses or anything. The Lunes historically deny any haunting reputations, though you do find in a note here. This is the first time you found this note because you guys refuse to go to public records office and just look what people pay in taxes and stuff. You do find
Oh,
a
we
note
can do
that, according to these Lune testimony, they had a private cemetery and crypts on their own lands. There are apparently rumors that these might even, be huge or link up to caves running under Miskatonic County, but again, no confirmation. You guys have heard persistent rumors through like the Prohibition era thing that they had a big cellar, but nothing concrete. But that was apparently part of the rumors. Like they're really spooky, those folks up on the hill. So yeah, that is what the occult says. Specific occult phenomena, there are no public records of, but the general opinion of the local populace and the local occult scene is that property is spooky as fuck.
This place is cursed. Got it.
Yeah.
One question, a clarifying question on an earlier point.
Yes.
Gaspard du Nord was from Avignon.
Yes.
Avignon. That place. Did he have any direct interaction with the de Lune family or their property, or was he a separate person? Or have the de Lunes mentioned him at all?
There are no concrete links in the records you have access to in the Americas. What's your int level?
My int?
Assume your int's probably pretty big.
My int, I think, is 15.
Okay. You've got a very high occult. You've got a pretty good int. It's not clarified, but you do recall that it was noted that Du Nord was known as a transcriber of grimoires, and the de Lunes were bookbinders as one of their major industries. There's no open relation, but they were in the region. It's entirely possible that they handled some of his literature at some point.
So is it fair to... I'm asking the group on this, not Omega. Would you think it's fair to put in my notes, Gaspard had most likely worked with the de Lune family at point?
Honestly, I haven't been able to keep track of this, and since you're not writing the notes on the document, I have no idea what's going on.
I'll post my notes after this.
But again, like I said, I don't know what's going on, so...
Yeah, about the same, because... Well, some of the stuff is stuff we already know about, other stuff is new mixed in.
Yeah.
Built on which houses? Okay, I had to send... So they were built on houses accused of witchcraft and druidic religion, just to clarify. Right? Avignon, the area.
There was a long history of druidic and pagan worship that, hey, if you guys didn't know, real fact, Christianization, we just take your temple and we put a cross on it.
Oh, yeah, no.
It's church now.
Okay.
Boom.
Surprisingly lazy and brutal.
Path of least resistance.
Okay, I have...
Your festival?
I'm going to do one last area of investigation.
But just to me.
It's going to be occult. I'm just going to see if there's any occult links of French and rats and occult.
With your occult of 80, there is no, at least that your handler knows of, there is no explicit pre-existing occult link between France and rats.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything about rat magic,
you would know about the legend of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, but that's in the middle of Germany.
Yeah. Oh, it's wolves, not werewolves. What am I talking about?
No, you have not established werewolves yet. I know there's a lot of Lune stuff going on.
I accidentally put werewolves in my notes. It was just people citing ghostly wolves or something.
People had wolf sightings even though there are not supposed to be any wolves in Massachusetts anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got a good chunk of notes. I'm gonna post these in the document. Where's the document? There's the document.
Put it in the section.
Yeah, just put it underneath the Miskatonic library at the bottom, so we can parse it.
So we know where it's from what, I guess.
And I had knights. Oh. That should be a separate one.
It's not really worked with the Lune family. Beast heralded by a red comet.
Wait, sorry. Infamous. Is Infamous fair for Gaspard du Nord, Omega?
Yeah.
Okay. Wizard.
Private cemetery and crypts.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that wasn't useless.
The private cemetery. No, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, combined with what we learned last week about no bodies on the property, that private cemetery and crypts, I think I know where they might be.
Let's see here.
The plot thickens.
Because also, remembering because the native tribe said the area before the Dulunes built the house wasn't a hill, and then it was.
And also, notably, it had standing stones in it.
Yeah, I think I know where those crypts might be.
Hollow Hill.
But let's
all
see
right.
here. Ghost nuns. The Night Order thing was also interesting, which also Priory, so...
Yeah, that and the investigation by the Inquisition is also... I mean, it's even further red flags, but it makes me even more nervous about Charles.
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair.
We might be a vector.
Well, because if the Inquisition... Look, I'm just going by what I know of the Inquisition. If he didn't leave, I'm just curious as to how he's not dead. Or how his family is not dead.
Well, according to him, his backstory is that he is a descendant of some member of the Lune family who survived their time in Europe, in the war in Europe, and
okay, so post World War One, got it. Two, sorry. You said war in Europe, or like that. War in Europe in the early 1900s. That's
sorry,
not
yes.
helpful.
It's been a week. In the previous session, we clarified that a lot of Lune men apparently enlisted in the army and went to go fight in France.
Well,
and then one
makes
shows
sense.
up, and then one shows up after the war.
Over anyway,
Yeah.
so.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. And Nazi occultism. Oh Jesus, I'm not gonna. You guys already dealt with that, right? They're probably not doing that again.
Well, unfortunately, we burnt the German book already.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And you also did the smart thing, and when I give you a pamphlet insert about Karyoteca SS, two of you looked at that and were like, yes, bad, burn. Though several of them... Actually, I don't know if you guys ever talked about what was in that. I think only Kara and Benowitz know about the story about how the Nazis did something unnatural, hypergeometric, and blew up a castle.
I don't think that's news I need to spread around, you know?
That's also, if I did know about that, that would not surprise me.
Okay, through the power of randomness, I have once again determined, let's go to the Arkham Advertiser!
Okay.
All right, so let's get off the bus. I'm gonna light up one real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna peer up at the building.
Arkham Advertiser, established sometime in the 1800s. I don't think we have an exact date. It's fucking old.
Is it Well, actually, I don't know if I know this, but what kind of publication is it? Like just their like newspaper, or is it like their
The Arkham Advertiser is the local paper. It
Okay.
used to be the city paper, but it grew in size, so it is covers the whole county currently.
Oh, okay. So, well, I'll finish my cigarettes, and I'll jerk my head over at Holland and be like, "Let's go."
All right.
Certainly.
So, what kind of... this is actually an explicit note about Delta Green. They have taken out the library use skill. So, what kind of skills do you have that would apply to digging through a old-ass newspaper archive as you bust out the microfiche?
First off, I would probably say search. Just
Okay.
Yeah, I guess
that's like the basic one. I look at article. Does it say have something that is relevant to me? Yes, put it in one pile. If no, put it in another pile. Unfortunately, that's probably the long one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, your search is what, like 80?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Holland?
I'm just looking through here. I think the only one that I think is relevant is search, which is very basic.
All right. Probably you would spend a lot of time assisting Kara then, helping her reach banker boxes full of newspaper clippings and microfiche on tall shelves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And maybe a county which is only one.
Hold on, I'm receiving a transmission from the beyond.
Yeah.
Oh, what does Beyond have to say?
As we listen to Dallas type quietly.
Could you just typed it in the main chat?
Didn't want to distract people, but I seem to have done that anyway.
Well, when you DM me to ask me a question, it's not like I can't speak out one side of my brain and then read you on my other monitor at the same time. To answer your question, none that are relevant.
Okay.
Nobody of explicit French origin you can check in with. Okay. So, Arkham Advertiser, you've like 80 in search. This will take you probably till lunchtime.
Yeah.
But you're going to dig back.
Yes.
All right. So, again, you start. It's probably easiest to start at the earliest stuff and walk your way back. So, you find, basic newspaper history that confirms a lot of stuff you already know.
Mm-hmm.
You're digging through and you find, small details on the fire in 73. You find the bootlegging allusions in the 20s. Though, again, in case anybody listening to this or playing this doesn't know, Prohibition was, mostly unpopular with a large portion of people. So the Arkham Advertiser were not rats and did not make any judgment. But there is notes that a business associate of the Lune family in Arkham was arrested for running a speakeasy.
An associate, huh?
You do find a little history, kind of fluff piece article in 1905 when it's a brief history of the Essex Priory when it closed. It closed because 1905.
1905, excuse me. Okay.
It closed in 1905 due to lack of membership because Arkham was experiencing a typhoid outbreak.
Closed due to lack of
Trying to control F, but I'm in the wrong monitor.
Due to typhoid.
Yeah. So, basically it outlines the history of the Priory. It was founded shortly after the Lunes came. Its purpose is to house Catholic nuns outside of large nunneries or cathedral. The exact definition of a priory is a little loose, but the basic idea is that it is a small monastery or nunnery. It can be associated with specific orders, though this one didn't seem to be, but it can just be anywhere where they are not under the direct authority of another cathedral.
Mm-hmm.
So they are run by a, in this case, since it was for nuns, it would be a prioress, not connected to a, canoness of a nunnery or under the direct authority of a bishop. So there are technically some definitions where it has to have less than 12 monks, the canonical size of a monastery, because, of course, the Catholic Church is full of bureaucracy and specific terminology.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so this was for Catholic nuns. They talk about how talks up the piety of the Lune family. Not only were excess daughters of the Lune family often studying in the Priory, several of them ended up as prioress, running the Priory, and it would take care of extra, loose nuns who couldn't be quartered at the cathedral. They would, your free-floating nuns would take in. There are some allusions in the article to how the Lunes have occasionally leaned on the protection of the Priory to avoid unpleasant questions, searches, etc.
Oh.
You can't fuck with us. We have a church in our backyard.
Of course.
What is your history, both of you?
Horrible.
The history is 19%.
Yours is 19?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You did some.
He's been studying it. Do you guys wanna take a gamble?
Sure. I'll try.
Mine's 11. So, can we both roll?
Yeah, you can both take a check to see if you notice something historical.
I rolled a 75.
And I rolled an 8 out of 19.
Sick.
Okay. All right. While you're getting out boxes, you hand another box to Kara, and you actually remember some of your history night classes you've been taking. And you think to specifically dig up some articles from the World War II period. What you find, Holland, is a specific article. You did not find it directly because you guys were, using search for trying to basically, by hand, keyword search for articles about Umbral House, the Lune family, etc.
Mhm.
So this one would have skipped your eye, but, like I said, Holland actually thinks of another route and digs up this article where, like, a couple paragraphs in, it actually mentions the Lune family. This is an article about Arkham's sons of Arkham lost in World War II, so, local boys killed. There's a note in here that the family was particularly devastated, and there is a what is called, even by the person writing the article, the author, that there is a rare quote by the matriarch of the family, Clara de Lune, where she discussed her family's proud French heritage, going back to the Avignon region. Talks about how her ancestors were among the pre-Roman Celts, etc. Going down the line, and then their heritage of moving to the New World and all that. There is no explicit notes in the article about any survivors staying in country, but it is an article from the 40s, so you can take it with as many grains of salt as you want. In general, the last couple things you guys find with your general searchification, what Kara finds in that box she's digging through while Holland digs this up, is you do find some notes on businesses when talking about the Depression era. For instance, there's an article that talks about how the de Lune family apparently had several issues with businesses and closings.
Mm-hmm.
They were historically silversmiths, but apparently in the Americas this dwindled. And their major businesses in Arkham and Kingsport were bookbinding and pawn brokerage, which you already know that did not go well for them to do hive mind stuff. Their bookbinding business trended down during the Depression because who the fuck wants to bind books when you're broke?
Yeah.
And then you also find some rumor mongering in the newspaper that the pawn shops were investigated multiple times, and some clerks were arrested for rumors of theft, selling stolen goods, and grave robbing.
Grave robbing.
Yeah. Nothing confirmed, and technically that was not explicitly in those arrest reports we talked about earlier that you guys can hive mind later, but, this was the rumor mongering among the populace. And you wonder why nobody gave a shit when their house partially burned down and they were possibly all dead inside.
I don't like how much graves are coming up.
I don't like how much everything is coming up
Damn
here,
bones,
okay?
damn bones, damn dry bones.
There's graves, and yet there's also, we have no records of where bodies were found.
I wrote down grave robbing.
Hey, no.
Okay.
There were some bodies in the house that were burnt up. They were just old. They definitely didn't die in that fire.
Yeah, and weren't enough to
bones.
match how many people that were supposedly dead.
And, they were really, really old. Really old. Okay. Oh, I'm looking at my scales and see if I can hit anything at another angle, but I'm like... Oh.
I can tell you, unless I am missing something, I think you have mined all of my clues inside the newspaper archives.
Okay.
If there are any clarifying questions you want to ask, though, go ahead and shoot.
Oh, let's see here. Clara de Lune, that'd be 1940s. Head.
Mm-hmm.
The Priory was closed in 1905 due to a typhoid outbreak.
The general impression I would say that you guys have seemed to have gotten from all of this lately is that this family was going great, doing fine. When they first moved to the country, you guys had already found out that they did a lot in like lumber and real estate and everything. They had a lot of cash, and then you get the 20th century and they just start to kind of slowly roll downhill, possibly into a grave.
I'm more worried that they were trying to
Full
roll
of
out of it
rats.
now.
Yeah, Dallas, what do you want to ask?
Well, no, it would be a whole area of research in the
Okay.
library. I just
We'll
forgot.
cycle back to it in a
My
second.
brain just went.
I had one thing I wanted to bring up.
What's up?
So the Claire de Lune makes a big speech about the family members lost in World War II, but weren't the de Lunes rejected from joining the armed services?
No. They were
They were specifically, that was the OSS,
Yes.
the
Oh,
Office
okay.
of Strategic Services. They were not allowed to join military intelligence. I'm pretty sure. I feel
Okay.
like for D-Day we took anybody.
Okay,
Especially France.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, we had a draft in. Didn't we have a draft for World War II? Yeah, no, they took.
Yes.
Yeah, no, they took everybody, but they
Okay.
applied for military intelligence and did not get clearance.
Yeah.
Okay, that's clear up then. I just was kind of confused.
It's something
for a
higher up the
second.
chain.
Oh, let's see here. I wrote my notes here. Clara de Lune. Did in those tapes that we got from Irwin, did he mention any names of who he was talking to?
No, he did not name
No.
names.
Okay. Because it was still a matriarch he was talking to, right? Because there was very few men. They were either like very old, and there was a couple, but wasn't he talking to their matriarch or whatever? I was trying to.
I don't think the exact details of who he talked to. He spoke generally and he described them. The tone of the tapes, as I said before, is very professional and detached. It's not like a blow for blow account. It's
I believe he did mention that there were more women.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
they
fine.
were-
there were still
because
young
of the
women.
the depopulation issue of the war. Yes, there were more women around who did were introduced apparently of various ages, but mostly looked a uniform age of not that old.
Is there a way that we can look up their family records?
Just like the family tree, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can attempt to. That would be in Arkham. You can attempt to find various legal records at the county courthouse and stuff. That would be bureaucracy or law.
I'll put that on my to-do list after we
Lunch?
yeah.
Okay.
You can bring it up when
Well, yeah.
when Benowitz pick you guys up. So
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Investigate. I'm gonna write that down there.
Yeah. So I'm to keep everybody on where I'm going with the time frame.
Yep.
Benowitz spends a couple of hours digging around in the FBI at Kingsport.
Wait.
Jack, you spend probably most of your morning going back and forth through the libraries and historical records and other research shit in Miskatonic. And Kara and Holland similarly are spending probably their entire morning until lunchtime digging through the newspaper archives just to make sure they've gotten absolutely everything.
Absolutely everything.
So, Dallas, did you want to...
Yes. So the question I had was on the property. Oh God, it was. What the heck was it called?
The manor house itself is referred to as Umbral House. The priory is called the Essex Priory.
No. The house in Avernion.
the Chateau,
The
de
Chateau of
Umber-
Shadows or something.
Chateau de Umberville.
Yes. I wanted to look up any records on Chateau de Umberville that are in Miskatonic because I did forget about that.
All right. You've got great skills. You look it up. You only find really footnotes from a couple of discussions of historical families and buildings in the region. It's basically like, encyclopedia entries and like talking about famous residences. There'll be a paragraph that's like, and Chateau Umberville, owned by the de Lune family, populous silversmiths during the year, 1492 or something. There are references when there are some like historical works actually in the county, in Miskatonic County, where you find again those notes that the floor plan of the house here, Umbral House, is supposed to be a copy of that chateau, but you're in a university library, so you do not find blueprints or floor plans.
Gotcha.
that means that our last one, and I don't know how long this will take, is gonna be Garza.
Yep.
Down to the waterfall. All right.
Oh. Don't we also
So
have
Garza,
one
you
more?
take a walk. How are you dressed right now? What's your look?
I'm dressed down a bit. Like I still have like a coat because it is kind of cold and windy, but
Yeah,
I
it's a
don't
little
have
chilly.
I don't have my vest on. I don't have my like DEA jacket on. Like I still have my glasses and stuff, but I'm dressed down in civilian clothing.
You put your coat a little tight around you. You're walking. It's a nice brisk Kingsport morning. It's a little foggy. The mist rolls up over the ocean, and you walk on down to the shopping district, and you spy the address that you guys looked up sometime yesterday. The residence of Barbara Luna, previously owned by Erwin Luna. It is a kitschy little secondhand bookstore with the name Book Lunacy. You can see the storefront in the bottom, and then there is, it looks like a second story walk up, so there's an apartment over it where she lives. You know, you
Is it
look in
open?
the windows, you can see the building is of a decent age, not really an architect. Has wide, clean windows to catch what little morning sun there is. You see big shelves filled with various secondhand books. There's a couple of what look like local Amerindian crafts dotting around the place. And there are also, you know, posters of popular book series in the back on the wall. And in the window, there is a large hung up print of the iconic Three Wolf Moon. So, yeah, I assume you're just going to go in.
Yep. If the store is open, I will head on in.
Yep, it's open. There's a little jingle over the bell. So, let's see. Yep, that's the one. Over again. Double check. I'm just double checking if I've got any notes about Barbara's exact age. I appear not. I should probably put that in my dramatis personae. How old people are supposed to be. You see Barbara Luna at the counter. She is kind of tan-skinned, long black hair. Probably like a little bundled up, maybe like a denim vest, you know, long sleeves under it. Looks to be early 20s, probably. You guys know that Erwin passed on a couple of years ago, and that's when she left the property in the will. She's just, you know, minding the counter, got a book out.
I'll kind of glance around the shop, see if does she have any other customers in the store at the moment.
Nah, it's a little bit of a cool morning. Most people aren't hurting for books that bad.
All right. Hello, Miss Lune, I assume, as I'll walk up to the counter.
Yep. Welcome to Book Lunacy. Smirks to herself.
Glad to be here. I was curious if you had a bit of time to answer a few questions I have. I'm Agent Garza, DEA. I'm here with respond to some of the stuff going on by your property.
She kind of closes, you know, thumbs a bookmark and closes her book. When you first say you want to ask her questions, she kind of narrows, but then she looks a little more, I don't know, confused, surprised when you actually list your agency. You've got a pretty good human, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so at first she seemed like she was kind of suspicious, maybe even building up to be hostile, but when you say you're with the DEA, she's kind of just like, that's new. Like, yeah, the Umbral House. Okay, what is the, you know, scratches temple? What's the DEA want with the old place?
Well, and truth be told, I'm just helping another agent, an FBI agent, put to rest some old prohibition files and stuff. So that's one of the reasons why I'm here.
Yeah,
Just doing some
guess there are the
questioning.
rumors about the big seller.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I feel like the old property's been nothing of a headache since old grandpa died, but sure, what do you want to know?
If anything you can tell me about the history of the place, like in your own words. I've read some like books and stuff about it, but like I want to hear in your own words what you can tell me about it.
Oh, well, I mean, it was just kind of part of, Granddad's old stories. He didn't really talk about the other side of the family, Lune. I guess I always thought they were like racist or backwards or something, not, serial killer basement. But I could scratch that one off my bingo card probably.
Well, it was a long time ago, so people change, families change.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there was always the urban legend that my grandpa burned the house, tried to set the house on fire for the insurance money. I don't know how true it was, because I don't know if he ever got any insurance money. I guess the business properties inherited always did well. She kind of wraps her counter and says, Grandpa used to run this as a smoke shop before he retired. I switched to books when I took over it.
Probably do a bit better.
Hey, she points to the front. The front and the name catches tourists. You want a book? You're out for a nice day. We get a couple of regulars in. But you were asking about the house property, not this property. Yeah, I don't know. He didn't really talk about it a lot. He never took me out there, even though we spent a decent amount of time together. I was actually kind of surprised when it showed up in the estate to me, but I don't know. I guess he just wanted to keep it in the family. I've, driven out there to look at it a couple of times myself, but it's mostly just a creepy old rundown ivy-covered house.
Indeed.
Half the damn house is caved in. I sure know I don't want the bill to restore it, but I don't know. It's historical or something. Not that I can decide what to do with it anyway, because there's this whole...
So it's just monetary reasons that you don't restore it then?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I run a second-hand bookshop. It's not there. I suppose it would be cliche to say I could flip the house, but I don't know. That is the kind of thing people like to buy, right? Historical old houses.
Possibly. I have been informed.
Pretty sure nobody's going to want to buy mass grave. Kind of deflate
what's
a
on
little.
The site?
Well, it's technically on the property. I do have the old zoning lines. When the skeletons or whatever were first discovered, I did have some FBI guys come here and talk to me about it, but it's just, in a corner. Not like I tried to think up myself. But you were saying something.
That here available so I can see it real quick? Maybe take a snapshot of it?
Yeah, sure. I think it's upstairs. I've been studying it a lot lately. She'll, run upstairs to her apartment. I assume you're going to probably, wait by the counter.
Yeah, I'll kind of keep an eye on the shop, just, make sure nothing funny happens.
You have, a 70 in search, right?
Yeah, 70 in search.
You do notice that as, you kind of see her walk into the back room through, a beaded curtain or something. There is an old, looks like a replica Navajo rug in one of the back rooms. But through the power of your super giga keen eyes, you're pretty sure that might be concealing, maybe a gap or a lift in the floor. There might be a panel there or something.
Okay.
Ladder. Could be basement.
All right.
Anyway, she comes back. She rolls out, property lines and stuff. This is what the appraisers did when they were doing the estate back in the 70s. Sorry, there's no floor plan of the house, but it's partially caved in, so wouldn't be very useful.
Yeah.
But she basically goes over the property. She actually taps out. She has a big red X mark on it where, yeah, basically not right up on the property line, but the general gist of the property is there's a pretty big hill that forms the center of it. There's the manor on the front, There's some intervening space, like a back garden or something. Then there's the Priory, and then the property lines that the Lunes actually kept is somewhere down in the base of the hill, in the gaps between it and the next hills. So the grave is technically on there.
All right, I'll snap a photo of it with my phone and
Sure. There is like a rough outline of where the buildings on the top of the hill should be, but like I said, it doesn't have detailed blueprints or floor plans because it's old, and also it's partially burnt down.
Well, you mentioned, selling it to someone. Is that not what Charles de Luna is after?
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't really talk to him very much, though, even though I some kind of cousin. Mostly we talk to his lawyers. Weird guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't really want it, I mean, it seems that it would be easier and more cost-effective to just buy it off you than to go through a civil suit.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
so
we've
that?
talked about settling a couple of times, but he seems really like morally upset about it. He's insistent that the estate going to my grandpa was incorrect, even though he was the closest living relative technically. I know it was like 100 years or something, but it's what the courts decided. But we haven't settled on a court date. This is all like discovery and negotiation. But
oh yeah,
apparently, I think he says he's got a copy of the deed. Check my notes to see what word is used. Yes, he claims to be in possession of the properly transferred deed, but not the title to the house. That's the title is in Barbara Luna's name, and this is a fun thing I actually had to research. The way real estate works is the title is usually the really important thing. If you have the title, that's the legally binding part. The deed can be important for deciding who owns the title, but it is not necessarily direct. But
and you were saying that Charles de Luna claims to have the deed or the title?
The deed, yeah.
Deed.
So he says he has the old house deed. So it's just it's ugly. It's probably gonna run me a lot of money.
How did he get the deed?
Does he have photo evidence that he's shown to other people?
Figure it out.
There, shush.
Well, I know that there's the currently civil suit in progress, but have you been told that you're not allowed to let anyone on the property at all?
Well, there were some discussions when the bones were found about, where the authority is for a search warrant. I mean, if you want it in writing, I can say that I don't mind. I'm pretty sure Charles and his lawyer would probably object, but I don't really care. I just kind of want to put the house behind me. Kind of a pain in the butt.
Well,
I don't think
just in case we need it,
Graham.
if you wouldn't mind writing out your permission.
Yeah, sure. What's your persuade?
My persuade is 51.
Yeah, for something like this, you're just, asking permission. You don't seem too weird. Just kind of like, yeah, sure. She'll, take off a piece of stationery and write out. Just, I, Barbara Luna, give, permission to search, whatever.
It's not a will.
Yeah, I know. She probably doesn't know because she sells secondhand books.
I just couldn't resist.
All right, well, that's fine. Out of character, is there anything else that anyone else can think of that I need to ask her?
Well, nothing that you can ask without maybe her getting suspicious.
Yeah, you can't ask about what do you keep. What did your grandpa keep in the basement?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you could ask about a basement. You don't know what'll happen. You haven't really talked about Irwin to her.
I'm about to say, it's like, I think the only other thing left is her grandpa and basically what kind of person he was and if there was anything, like, strange about him.
Yeah. If he worked to the feds and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, she only would have probably known him, I think, like, basically their ages, that after the whole event happened, so, like, I couldn't ask, like, how he changed.
Yeah, no, but, like, is there anything, like, he ever specifically warned her about doing or not doing? Like,
All right, that's fair enough. I can work that in. I know you said that your grandfather didn't talk too much about it, but did he ever mention anything about the property, like anything to be careful of?
No, not really. It's kind of weird, you know. He taught me how to hunt and fish, shoot a bow, take care of myself, right? But the old house never came up. I didn't even realize he, you know, was planning to give it to me. I thought he would have donated it, or maybe given it to my parents. They teach community college down in Boston.
Maybe they were too far away or something. I don't know. Thank you for answering the questions.
Yeah, no problem.
Hope you have a good day.
Sure.
All right, and I'll head back to the hotel after that.
All right. It was a pretty short conversation. You can probably
find
swing by
Benowitz at the office.
Yeah, Benowitz. Done.
And we go drive to the advertiser.
Okay.
So what? Lunch meeting?
lunch meeting.
Probably.
Lunch
Yeah.
meeting. Hive mind.
Wait, Omega.
Batwoman.
No,
Oh, is
never
that
mind.
Dallas who's
I'll-
far
I'll-
away from his microphone?
I'll wait till after the lunch meeting.
All right.
Right.
Let's see.
Ow, fucking, ow.
Okay, the team assembles. You guys have your intel. You have your various
Fucking toe.
leads. Dallas has a broken toe.
All right, I'm trying to get some facts straight. Honestly, I think it's time for some fucking B&E.
We might. So
Oh.
for which one first?
There's one quick.
Oh, actually, I want to throw out, because you guys don't have this intel yet, and I like to give inner discussion. Barbara probably would have mentioned about Charles that he's supposed to be staying at a hotel in Kingsport.
Okay.
Is it our hotel?
Yes, actually.
Fuck.
Oh,
just rolled
wonderful! We can catch some bugs. We can catch some
I'm-
bugs in his office.
Oh god,
Well, you guys don't
I'm
find out about this until the lunch meeting.
Yeah.
I need to roll something when I learn about this.
Well, we don't know he's a chaos wizard yet.
What's
You
like
keep using
sand?
that term. Stop it.
What's like sand check of like? What's anxiety check?
No, this isn't sanity inducing. Any paranoia
Well, it's
you
not
experience over this
sanity.
is mental. Your anxiety doesn't get triggered unless you lose
Gotcha.
Remorse.
sand. But you are a character with anxiety, so you feel free to respond appropriately.
I'm just like, I should have set that. I should have set that fucking gun trap.
That's illegal.
Yeah, and
So is eating people.
Well, at this point, I think one is a lot more likely to get caught than the other.
Yeah.
do you think in our job, doing what we have to do, we should worry about laws?
Yes.
Partially.
Okay,
No one's supposed to
then
remember.
fair enough.
No one's
It's
supposed to
like,
remember they were around.
it's like, it's not illegal if you don't get caught, but if you set up a gun trap, you're gonna get fucking caught.
Anyway,
Several people in the McDonald's look over at you.
why were you eating fucking McDonald's?
You got a better place to go?
We got to go someplace where everybody knows my name. No. What's the quote Harry Dresden uses? We got to go to the place where they treat me like royalty. Burger King.
Burger King.
No, Burger King is I will conscientiously object to Burger King. Fucking hate Burger King.
I hate McDonald's, but
All right,
whatever.
yeah,
It's the
Well,
best.
you guys
scene.
go down the list of fast food places until you find the one you could all agree to end up at.
Taco Bell.
Five
Taco,
Guys.
yeah. Five Guys isn't fast food, you bougie fuck.
What?
We make the Taco
like
Bell
Five
noise.
It's not fast
It's
food.
not
though.
midnight, so there's nobody in Taco Bell.
It's, no, there's like 3 people there. There's always like 3. There's an
Anyway,
old dude, a family, and one of the workers at a table.
that's so fucking
Anyway.
true. I hate to say that.
So, every time I go to Taco Bell, that's what I see.
Yeah, so you guys get a booth on the corner. You're at Taco
Well,
Bell.
it's just one of those things. Oh yeah, it's probably non-smoking here. God damn it. Anyway,
Unfortunately, Kara, I think literally everywhere in the continental United States that's like
Official.
a large business or government office is non-smoking.
why can't we just go to a shady bar? It's lunch. They're open.
I mean, we can do that for dinner.
I look. The requirements for me are: does it serve food?
Does it serve good food?
Anyway,
I never said that.
Okay, anyway.
You're too picky.
So anyway, Car
I don't have to kill and cook this burrito.
But
Hey.
all right. So Kara has a bunch of notes scribbled down of like what we have right now, and she's gonna draw big circles around Charles the Lune here.
Yeah.
It's like this guy. There's something up with this guy. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it.
He is sus.
Yes, as the kids say, he's sus. Unfortunately, it's basically the biggest lead we have right now.
Yeah. Do you
Because,
think
like, I'm pretty sure... I'm sorry, Barbara?
Barbara Lune.
Yeah, Barbara.
Barbara has a secret or two, but I don't know if it's necessarily related.
Mr. Human lie detector, didn't really feel like she was concealing anything. She just seems kind of genuinely confused and distressed by this whole situation.
Yeah.
She just thought it was a cool thing that her cool granddad left her an old house that she can't afford to fix. And now
like
she's in a clusterfuck.
I
He
think
feels
she
like a
might
Call
be
of
dead
Cthulhu
end.
character in a modern campaign.
But regardless, even like whether or not she has secrets or not, you can't convince me that she doesn't. Like I don't think like it's necessarily a thing. Like a thing.
Relevant.
Yeah. But
No,
Charles, like I said, Charles being here, fighting over this territory, and seemed to being weirdly, what's the word I want to say? Obstinate?
Prideful?
Yeah. Like that's weird. That's very fucking weird.
Like, he refused to just buy it back. Like, it feels like it's an insult to, like, say he didn't own it already.
It's doubly weird.
Actually, he might not be able to buy it back, but maybe because he can't fucking afford it.
That's possible.
He's playing in a whole lawyer team, so he's
And
going to be
yet
already in the black.
Well, here's the thing: if the lawyer,
No. He has one lawyer who you guys looked up last time and recognized him from late night TV ads and bus benches.
Never mind.
In fact, when you guys waited for the bus to go to Arkham, you probably saw what was it again? It was Rickard A. Clayton. Law offices of Rickard A. Clayton.
Right, so we have some mid-tier lawyer
Out of curiosity,
guy. Okay.
does like checking him up on like my phone, like Googling, like is he one of those lawyers like, oh, if you don't win, you don't pay, like that sort of thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Is
like,
he fucking?
he has a 30-second YouTube ad of "Have you been hurt? Do you need money?"
What's the Simpsons lawyer's name? Oh my god, it's gonna bother me.
No, but so that might be one of the things. He might really want the house for something in it, but doesn't actually necessarily have the money. Because remember, from what we can tell, the Lune family has been on the decline, like a sharp decline. A bunch of bad decisions and just misfortune has been happening to them since like the 1900s. Like, you know, Carl was several things. It's all like they had to close the Priory in 1950 because of a fucking typhoid outbreak. That's weird. Like, they weren't able to get numbers, so that had to get shut down. You know, scooch up to, you know, World War II. They lost a bunch of soldiers in World War II. Keeps going on. Get denied to the OSS. Got investigated for a lot, including grave robbing.
Yeah, something happened.
Like, I haven't seen a run of this much bad luck ever.
And it's not. Ththese people were not unlucky beforehand.
No,
looking at their
history,
history,
built their house there. I mean,
no, like, if you look at them, like when they first came over, you know, they got in quick, they set up quick, expanded quick, and they held on to power and was like they weren't that old money type, but they had a fair niche here.
They are old money.
Well, I'm not saying old money is that they didn't have a fuck ton of it. Excuse me. Like they were silversmiths,
bookbinders,
true,
and bookbinders,
and maybe have a history of alchemy.
Knights.
Order of Knights.
Yeah, the family was had a was it they had a overrepresentation in the knightly orders?
No, they were at some points they were wealthy enough to be knighted because they could
Okay.
afford all their own gear, and
Got
some
it.
of their
They
knights
were knighted.
were marked as commanders of small orders.
Actually,
Okay.
Professor, did you find out what the family is like over there right now? What happened to them, or is that all of them over here?
They're gone. They
Yeah,
were
they
investigated
I
by
can confirm
the
for Dallas. They fucking left.
yeah.
They were investigated by the Inquisition
by
and they got
the
the fuck out.
Inquisition,
Oh.
and they decided to leave. Which, to be fair, makes sense.
Then where did
When they
this
were
Charles
accused
come
of
from?
witchcraft. Apparently
well, that's
he's
from-
from
that's
one
the
of the
post-World War II.
sons that
What do you
came
guys
over
got
in World
for?
War II.
Anybody got a really good bureaucracy or criminology score?
I have a
good criminology
decent
score.
bureaucracy.
I have a decent bureaucration.
I
Okay.
have
70%
What's your criminology, Garza?
70.
Okay. While these guys are yakking, you can pull out your smartphone and do a quick background check.
I
You
got
know,
40-50, yeah.
basic stuff. Records of one Charles de Lune are squeaky clean. He is a dual citizen of France and the United States. He was born to United States parents who were descended from allegedly Lieutenant Oliver de Lune, who remained in France after World War II. He has appropriate certification and documents on records for having been born in France and raised there.
But he just never went
And
back.
he just doesn't have any notes.
Wait,
so
like, but,
Omega,
but
can I
didn't,
make a-
didn't
can I
we
make-
hear? Didn't we hear other things that all their sons died going over?
Yeah, so unless he just never
Yeah,
came back and
Can I make
basically
a
was
can I
zoned.
make a check? Can I
What
make
you
a? I want to check because you said he was a lieutenant, right?
Yeah.
I want to check death records of officers in France in World War II.
what's your military
Those are-
science?
30.
Wow.
No, okay. In what?
Yeah.
Land?
History, yeah.
The
Military
land-
science
no,
is
it's military science history.
Well, it's land, sea, or air, I believe.
Yeah, land, sea, or air.
land, then.
Okay. Yeah, realistically, it would be land.
All right. You can roll it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Again,
I don't know dick about dick.
Mark it.
You do not have the ability on the fly to dig up a personnel record or death record for the U.S. Army.
I rolled an 88 to clarify.
Huh.
I think the fumble.
That's why I
technically-
went. I don't
Yes,
know
that is technically a fumble.
means-
Oh, God damn it!
Right.
double.
How have I fumbled the 2 times I've rolled?
Right. 10.
all right.
You try to log into a government service too many times, and you get locked out for a couple hours.
Huh.
Fucker.
Huh.
No, I do not have 300%.
All right. So
You did fail, so you can check it.
Yeah.
So Charles de Lune. Again, I don't trust squeaky clean records. People always do something weird. Always.
Yeah. And even if he is legitimately the grandson of Oliver de Lune, which is possible, that's weird.
Again,
Does
it mean he's
I
fake?
like,
Mother
you know,
said, from what who is the one who saw the records?
Kara went to the Arkham Advertiser and has a thing where she's bemoaning all her dead sons and people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does Arkham have like a fucking genealogy off like?
No, that's
Offices-
that's actually one of the things. We need to go figure out these family records because
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
want to
go
go
to
to
the-
like the county courthouse or something and dig up
Yeah, I'm
what
gonna go to the
official
courthouse.
government is.
We're
All right,
gonna
so
do it afterwards, yeah. But
you guys
Well,
are all gonna pile into the courthouse.
well,
actually,
We demand to see
maybe
your records.
actually maybe some of us should like, go to the hotel and plant bugs.
do you have bugs?
You have bugs?
I
That is
have
a good
bear
question.
traps.
Should I roll?
can
Do I
do
roll luck
that.
on this, or can I do like as? Because I have enough shit to make know how to use bugs.
Okay.
So on.
No, you would not have a surveillance bug on you because those require warrants. You
Fair enough.
could if you. Let me actually look at the skills associated with that. No, that's not. I get the.
I wonder
that,
if it's
I
like
need the
computer
agent.
science and
Not that.
SIGINT.
Nope.
Look, if we want to capture this Charles guy, I got us covered.
I'm about to say we could do. Capture interrogation is very effective, but it's kind of one of those last resort kind of things. You know what I'm
We
saying?
need to know if he's a vector, maybe. But we don't know that yet.
The file that I pulled out on Charles, does he have any type of diplomatic?
No diplomatic anything. He's just got a dual citizenship.
Diplomatic immunity.
I mean, I was just making sure. So
I know, but
Nah, if he had that, he'd probably be having a little bit more money. Would not be literally getting a third-rate lawyer.
He would just buy the house.
fair enough.
he would have had enough. The fact that he's not to be cruel to the poor girl. The fact that he is not immediately winning a court case against a used bookstore salesman tells me a lot about the quality of the lawyer.
Well, it's because she has the title.
Well, again,
He only has the deed.
she's
those of you who have any points in law, Barbara is in a very strong legal position.
It's just Charles,
and that's probably why there's a lot of negotiation, a lot of discovery. There's a lot of build up to the case before we get in front of a judge.
It's a real estate law case, so like there's a lot of like you have to find proof.
Yeah.
The thing that I can't parse out, because it makes sense why the family's having such bad luck, because where they built that house is stupid.
Actually, don't think of it as bad luck. Think of it as a family doing something.
No, it's bad luck.
Let me finish this.
No,
it's a family trying to do specific things, and it never works out every time they keep trying to do the same thing.
You don't understand. I'm not... Call it a gut feeling. This is a curse.
Listen,
let me
say this. Remember,
things happening.
Before this house was built, according to the oral level of the natives, this was a place haunted by hunger spirits and a place of bad luck.
Yeah. And everything I've read about every occult document says it's on bad ley lines. The land is bad. Everything about that spot, even aside from their house, is bad news.
Is that what we're dealing with?
But the reason
that they
didn't
choose that intentionally.
The reason that makes me curious is, why did it take so long? Why did it take 200 years to kick in?
Honestly,
I think they intentionally chose to build
someone fucked up in... When did they start getting investigated?
No, the fuck up started in 1905 when they couldn't maintain Priory members.
Yeah, the Priory ran out of membership in 1905.
We gotta investigate that Priory.
Oh, when they
and then what I would say was you guys are smart enough to say the through line of their downfall seems to be
the Priory getting closer to typhoid.
Yes.
Oh,
but the big thing though I say is that's when their official protection dwindled. Their problem was that they attracted the attention of groups who investigate things.
Okay, guys.
Because the law got better at doing things.
Okay, conspiracy board moment. A little bit.
What's up?
What is known for spreading typhoid?
I actually looked this up real quick. Typhoid is found in contaminated food and water.
I thought it was spread by rats. Okay, never mind. I don't have a gotcha moment. I lose my gotcha moment.
My thing is, the one thing is possibly just when they didn't have members for the Priory anymore, it means they couldn't do what was keeping
Magic the Gathering has lied to me.
Well, again, I don't know if it might still be able to exploit by rats, but the most common is usually food or water.
I'm not going to even lie to you. This is why I thought that.
Well, actually, out of character stuff, typhoid can be spread by fleas from rats and opossums.
Yeah,
but that's outside of character.
Okay, so there's two things here.
Spread by mosquitoes also. So,
actually, can I?
Oh,
what would that be under?
Also, by the way, I want to understand that if we're shutting out fucking rats and fantasies, we still got these.
Actually, wait, no, that's typhus. Typhoid fever is the other one.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is the two things here is one, possibly it's something happened because they didn't have members to keep what they were doing at bay.
Yes.
Or the law just got better and they started noticing all their dumb shit.
Or something
typhoid, by the way, is caused from a variety of the salmonella bacteria.
Yeah.
Also, or the other possibility is that something went wrong during one of their Priory meetings.
Well, here's the thing. Let's make some weird things. I'm usually against this, but I think we have to at this point.
Yes.
And this place was a bad place was a place of bad magic and whatnot.
And they intentionally chose to build there.
Yes, they intentionally chose to build there, and they have a history of using, these occult traditions and whatnot. So there's no way that they wouldn't know, right?
Yes, unlikely, because this, from what I gathered, it was fairly easy to find out that this was like really bad ley lines and bad land, right?
And it was a crater before.
Well,
they started building.
the concept of ley lines and shit is relatively new. That was like first invented in the 20s and 30s. It just so happens when people start talking about like geomancy and ley lines, everybody agrees this hill is bad.
Yeah, no.
Well, even so,
but
But you specifically looked up the local Amerindian oral traditions, and they were like, "No, we did not go to that place. It was a bad place.
Oh, so
there were
wasn't
some
it a
standing
crater
stones
for
there,
them?
and they were bad."
yeah, no, like
What was that, X?
Wasn't there some things that said it was a crater before?
Yes.
like,
It was a
1800s?
depression.
depression
Yes.
with standing
Depression,
stones in
yeah.
it. So
Now it is a very tall hill.
So I don't want to necessarily, like, again, if we're going on the theory that they are knowledgeable in the occult, maybe not the big U, but at least knowledgeable in the occult, they would understand this was a place of bad juju, and they
Yes.
decided to go there anyway. Then for the next, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think. Like, when was the Silver Revolution?
Like
The
100.
The Revolutionary War was the 1700s, so
Yes.
they would be.
So the next century.
For the next 2 centuries, they were
2 centuries, they were fine.
fine. Then we get to
Prosperous even.
then we get to 1950, that the Priory shuts down and everything starts going downhill.
Yeah.
So
1905, but yeah.
yeah, excuse me, 1905. So right there is the tipping balance of something fucking happened. Now,
So,
And even then, I would like to point out, Prohibition doesn't kick in until the 1920s.
Yeah.
So they had another 15-ish years without anything rocking the boat after the Priory closed. But it seems like
Downward slope.
whether it was
yeah.
their attempts to get into bootlegging, their connections to organized crime, or whatever, they just started attracting attention and they could not keep the business, as it
So
were.
how about this? What if what they were doing was keeping them stable stopped, and they kept trying to get money to do things to make it work again?
that's, like I said, that's where I was gonna go with next. Is what it seems like after the Priory breaking down, it seems like they tried to find something occult-like. I mean, they tried to get into the OSS. They basically sent their boys back to the homeland to try to find something, to the point that one of them has apparently mysteriously shown up out of the blue and wants the house again. Like, they went looking for something. And and again, this is I think we're putting together a picture of their history, but again,
We just don't know what the nouns of this.
will you please
state
stop
are.
cutting me off, Axe? Oh God.
Continue.
So we have an idea of their history. I think like what the facts we got down, with the facts we have here, we understand the overall arcing of what happened to the Lune family. Unfortunately, this does not put us necessarily any closer to figuring out what the fuck, why there are fucking rodent bites on skeletons.
Yeah, we don't understand what outside factors took place.
No, like, so I do feel very confident in our theory that like they were up to something occult and mystical, and maybe they inverted bad luck to good luck with something. You can go on, X.
I still don't think it's luck. I still think it's they kept making bad decisions,
No.
and they kept getting shit. They kept getting bad in the place for it because it's.
Luck may be
No.
the wrong word for it, but certainly it seems like they had a system that worked, and then their system stopped working.
Yeah.
The word I would use is not necessarily luck, is fortune. Which, yes, you might argue that is semantically similar, but it is.
No, but there's a different connotation to it.
Okay, well,
But,
there was some
yeah.
sort of positive force that got turned into a negative force, or
Yeah.
a neutral force.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, let's use that.
Something
The
broke.
juice ran out.
Yeah.
Whatever happened, something broke or something dried up.
And then they tried to fix it, and they couldn't fix it, and everything fell apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now someone is trying to put it back together.
Or try to reclaim it to start over again.
Something.
That's the
Who knows
same
what
thing.
Charles is up to?
Okay, but can we all agree on that kind of overarching history for the Lune family?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that. We have our overarching arc. So what we need to do from here is, again, we need to get family records. we need to figure out birth records, death records, and see if we can figure out who was actually sent over and died in World War II. Not to mention, current, see if we can get records up to the 1970s when Irwin, came in and, did some little intense redecorating, but whatnot. So that means we're going to need to take a trip to the courthouse and maybe... Well, actually, no, courthouse would be enough. If we can get courthouse of just who was born and whatnot, we could probably deduce who was actually sent off to war.
Yeah, because I already got the property layout, so...
Okay. Does anyone have any other things you think we should cover at this moment?
I do want to just double check so that we all remember. Garza did mention that he thinks there might be a basement under the bookstore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We mentioned it a few times, so we're not sure about it.
Yeah.
That'll be relevant.
Wait, actually, hang on. Wait. How long has that bookstore been in the family?
Actually, yeah.
So the
what
store would have been a Lune property that Erwin Luna inherited along with the others in probate.
I assume this is also available at the court. Yeah, here's the thing. I assume this is also available at the courthouse. I want to check every property that the Lunes have ever owned.
There'd be a lot of those. They used to have a lot of money.
Gonna be a lot of.
That's fine. I want to check all of them
But no, we can
and see how many of them are still in business.
So, again, normal. I want to throw this out there. We're in the middle of an investigation. Things are a little weird. Normally, with a house, you don't cover your basement access with a rug.
Yeah.
By the way, a fairly well placed rug. Like I hope I emphasize this enough to Garza. The rug was old and looked like it had been there a long time, more than the couple of years since presumably
she's probably never moved.
She
it for
redecorated.
Years.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: the everything I know about the big house tells me there is a basement in it, and it is very bad. It is probably a crypt.
I wonder if they're... How much do you want to put money that there's tunnels and basements leading to each other?
I mean...
Wait.
This is miles and miles and miles. That's probably not from Kingsport, which is on the coast, to the house, which is inland.
Not connected, probably under the estate itself.
There were rumors about, giant cave networks deep underground.
Wait. Hold on. Didn't we learn that supposedly one of the rumors was that they helped people evacuate during the Underground Railroad?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to double check here. Is the civil lawsuit just all about the house, or is it about anything else?
The main thing that Charles is pressing is about the house property.
Okay.
He says he has the deed to the house. He wants to, obtain the title, and that's legally his, and blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
If he didn't have the deed anymore, he doesn't have any right anymore.
Okay, so I think our 2 points here now is Charles and family records. Now, guys, how are we gonna deal with Charles?
So here's a weird thing: if we get rid of the deed, I wonder how much of a crime we should see to get rid of the deed.
I mean, what would that do?
From the sound of it,
anymore, and the case.
Most of his dealings are going through his lawyer.
And I'm sorry, but if he's no longer dealing with the case, what does he do? Just pack up and go home?
Do something rash, but fair.
I'm not going to lie.
To talk to him, we might have to go through the lawyer first.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I'm going to break into his room.
Do not break.
Well, find what his room is first.
No,
I mean, that would probably be easier for the one of you who I know has special training lockpick to do that. By the way, lockpicking kits are incidental, so Garza can just pull it out of his sleeve if he feels like it.
Yeah, I have one.
Well, if you go break it into his room, I'm not really going to say anything to gainsay that, just as long as everyone's careful and doesn't do anything.
That's our
I can be quiet.
All right.
No, literally, I have a 50 stealth.
Yeah.
But do we actually want to try and talk to Charles?
It's probably a good idea before we go all full gung-ho.
Do we want to go do the records first?
Probably the records first to
see
get
what they
some...
reveal?
Actually, believe it or not, thinking about it... Actually, Dallas, what's your character's persuade, by the way?
40, I think.
Well, it's not the worst. But like I said, again, you're basically like from a historical perspective. Charles de Lune's actually a very interesting character. It might be good to talk to him about his family history and all that crazy stuff. Like, well, like I said, like, well, here's the thing, fucking, the professor here is a historian and professor. Like, he probably has the most reason. I
also might tip him off though, because my reputation is I'm a history of the history and the occult. So if he sees me coming, that might set off alarm bells.
I mean, maybe, but also occult incidents happening anywhere right now, so maybe it's just not that uncommon.
Like I said, I could approach him doing a treatises on the Avignon region and its burgeoning effect on the occult, on the history of the occult. But
again, like if you press him, see if you can get some alcohol into him.
Sure, I'll see if I can do it.
I could probably.
So it sounds like you're gonna try and like ambush him at dinner at the hotel.
I mean, he'd probably be taking his dinner at the hotel. Then you just order a few offensive binds. You ply him with drink. You ask him a few guiding questions. And maybe maybe at one point he gets to a drink, he falls asleep, and you have to take him up to his room.
Yeah, no.
And I'll be nearby if something goes wrong.
Well, actually, I think you and Garcia should be nearby if something goes wrong.
Yeah.
All right.
Like I said, like Garcia, like I'm saying, me, I can probably go handle the courthouse and go get public records on my own.
Yeah.
Maybe I think
we should all stop by the courthouse because Charles is back in Kingsport. The courthouse is in Arkham.
True. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm bad at location.
And we should probably deal with him. You know,
it's my fault. I put 2 towns in this.
No, it's fair.
Fine.
I just remember because right now we're meeting in Arkham because
you're in the Taco Bell in Arkham because that's the county seat.
So yeah,
Arkham Taco Bell. Not just imagining Cthulhu holding a burrito.
I mean, if it was actual Arkham in our world, that would totally be a thing. But yeah.
But yeah, let's hit up the courthouses and we'll see if we can pull some family records and genealogy. Is there anything else we can find interesting at the courthouse?
Property records.
Property records.
I want property records.
And then we might have to do like a property hunt of just being like, where's what now?
Well, I just want to find the oldest and weirdest properties and look into those.
Also, another thing to consider. Barbara does seem to have a hidden basement that I don't know, like, I don't know. Does it look that rug ever get, like, Garcia, when you looked at the rug, did that rug ever look like it got moved ever?
It looked like it was definitely there for a while, but, like, from a distance, it was too hard to tell if it had ever been moved. Like,
yeah, I'm thinking Barbara is probably innocent in all this.
She's just an inheritor.
It could really just be something that Irwin left at the site, possibly as well. So,
is that where the machine gun is?
Probably where his old gear is. Probably. Yeah.
Probably. We don't know that.
Probably where his old gear is. Yeah.
Anyway, where to next?
Let's go to the courthouse.
The courthouse.
Go to the courthouse and find our next leads.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking for property records and.
Okay. What are your? Don't yell them all out at once. But the skills I am looking for these clues are bureaucracy, law, and accounting. How are you at those?
I have base.
So the first two. No.
I have a 60 in bureaucracy.
I have a 40 in bureaucracy. Well, it was like law, bureaucracy, and accounting.
Yeah.
41 law, 40 bureaucracy, base accounting.
I'm gonna ask if I can use a skill for looking at genealogy records that isn't one of those 3.
Okay, which one?
Because it makes sense to me. Anthropology.
Yeah, okay, what's your anthropology?
60.
Okay. Alright, you might get some side effects in there.
Bureaucracy 40 as well.
Alright, so you guys know what to do to attack the records. And you get in there.
You tank. You tank. I'll do deep. I'll side.
Paperwork.
I rolled 1d8 against red tape.
The only one who doesn't is the Navy SEAL, and there's a reason for that.
Well, yeah,
the red tape occurs around him, not through him.
Yeah.
Hey, I am writing military science.
All right, so
Marth has a 40 in SS.
Our trend for these games are forever like Marth's just gonna be like twiddling his thumbs in the background until the very end where we're counting on him the whole time.
Well,
I mean, I would also say like because he's got like athletics and sneaky and stuff, like he could also be your second story man.
I'm about to say if we gotta do some B&E, I'm sending in Marth.
Oh yeah, fair
Yeah,
enough.
just like hey, just give me a tool, I'll just bend this lock.
Actually,
all right. So records. First of all, you look up the probate records. You show that Erwin Luna obtained ownership of all the property owners of the old Lune properties during the 70s when there were no signs of life after the fire and all that other stuff. He basically sold like 90% of the property they had left, which was just mostly, grungy old businesses that were closed since the 50s. Except for the one which he turned into a tobacco shop and the house which he sat on. Then when he passed away a couple of years ago, he passed them on to his granddaughter as per his will. I think we discussed this before, but he and his wife were both cremated and they have a monument in the local Arkham Cemetery.
A monument?
Yeah, like they have a headstone.
Yeah, no,
they're cremated.
I actually wanted to go check out the Arkham Cemetery before we left.
Yeah, if
sure, we can swing by there.
Let's swing by there too, because actually, I find that a little wild.
Well, I mean, it's just like they burned him to ash and they buried the urns.
Yeah.
Well, because also remember we've been hearing a lot about graves, like grave digging, bodies. My gut tells me something in the cemetery might be out of work.
You flick through, you find some other confirmation similar to some of the stuff that was in the sheriff's records. There have been a handful of criminal or civil complaints over the years about the family. Mostly they just cock-block with the Priory. You find more records about the lawsuit you already know about, though. And then the major ones... Actually, I'm finding some of my notes are a little out of order. So you check and you find that there is a big thing. Okay, there it is. You dig through all this stuff, and you discover that. Oh yeah, it's in my notes. Bureaucracy or anthropology, birth and death records.
Hey.
Sorry, different paragraph.
Hey.
Hey guys, guess what?
Is there big missing spots?
The birth and death records are habitually inconsistent. You find years of notes from government officials complaining about how bad they are at reporting births and deaths in the family.
Or they're not.
Or they're just not having new people.
And you can estimate based on the lack of certain evidence that every possible Lune that they could is buried on their family property. So all of their deaths are recorded privately.
Is there at least a list of who is in the family?
I mean, yeah, there's birth and death records, but they, like I said, they're incredibly inconsistent. You have no way of knowing who was supposed to be when. You don't find any records for a birth certificate for Charles Lune filed in Miskatonic County, but of course there wouldn't be. And you flick through. You also note, those of you with accounting, their property and income taxes are also awfully filed, especially when it comes to estate tax. Like, constantly the IRS is, like, shambling at them for money. Most of their sources of reported income during the 20th century were interests on properties and savings, and they had a couple of businesses that you've already previously discussed that, between the Depression and the World War, basically dwindled down to nothing.
Can I look up a specific person?
Sure, which one?
Is there any mention of birth records for, birth
Oliver?
or death records for Oliver de Lune?
Yeah, sure. You got like a 60 anthropology. I'll give this to you. Yeah. Oops, I spelled that. So, you dig up everything and you look in there. You discover his birth date is supposed to be. You've got a copy of his birth certificate sometime in the earlier 1900s, probably like 1918, 1919 kind of area.
Okay.
There's a report that he joined the U.S. Army. He was commissioned as a lieutenant, and there is actually a note in his report. He is supposed to be KIA in 1944.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I need to make a phone call.
Wait, so Charles is his grandson, right?
Allegedly.
Yep,
Allegedly.
allegedly. I'm going to make a phone call.
Who's his parents?
We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you in France right now?
I'm about to say.
No,
Like,
no, it's more
No,
of
no.
like I'm just asking that question like as we're like sitting in this art record. It was like,
Yeah, no.
who the fuck is
I actually will peel out of the courthouse to make a phone call.
All right. Who are you going to call?
The French embassy.
what?
Okay.
I am a son of French immigrants. It's on my character sheet. I'm going to try and get information.
Okay.
Roll persuade.
Yeah,
and yes, roll, because you're talking to a human.
No, I understand. I'm just like...
that's a stretch, but damn, you can pull it off.
His name is Mormo, guys. Come on.
Wait, hold on. Oh, no, that's good. 10.
All right, okay. So what do you
is-
ask in the embassy?
I basically, in French, I'm just like, hi, I'm a history professor doing a genealogy on French immigration and migration. There's been some inconsistencies in some records. I just wanted to ask if you have any note about a citizen by the name of Oliver de Lune. He would have been in France around the 50s, 60s, 70s, possibly still alive. I'm not sure. But it says he moved here from Americas.
All right. They do some digital record checking. You're on the line for maybe 10, 15 minutes. But no, they don't have any. They don't seem to have any official French records for Oliver de Lune.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, that confirms that this is a ghost. Can ghosts fuck? Do ghosts have kids?
Well, no. Again, before you get again, I'm not gonna say you're wrong, but also considering how look at these guys and how they dealt with their birth and and their death records. It's
very fair. Yeah, it could still technically be him, but this is also getting extra super weird because legally this man is dead and has been for 50 years or for 100
like 80 years.
80 years.
Yeah.
Wait, who?
Right.
Oliver de Lune. He was killed in 1940.
Yeah.
And there's no records of him existing as a French citizen.
Well, I mean, also consider this. Like I said, that would be Charles de Lune's grandfather. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything, but fucking.
No, I understand.
So, like I said, it might be one of those things of who knows. He might maybe before he died, Oliver maybe sired a kid or something.
Shall we?
Or whatever.
Possible.
But it's possible. But again, so. Again, I just don't want people set on a individual idea. It blinds them to other
I have my own theories.
I guess.
Actually, can I get a picture of Oliver de Lune? Are there any?
Oh God, from the 1940s.
Yeah, no, he would have had to take a picture. He signed up for the military.
Yeah, no, there's probably a military personnel file either in these records or you can
just
dig it up
for my
somewhere.
own sanity.
I could look that up.
Can I look at it side by side with a picture of Charles de Lune?
Where are you going to get a picture of Charles de Lune?
Fuck.
Easy. Just take the picture and go find him at dinner.
Yes. No, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, you can copy the picture, okay. But for one right now, I was going to ask, where are you going to get a picture?
Yeah, no, I just realized that.
It's in the record. I'll take a picture of the picture.
Military personnel stuff.
He looks a little, It's a little weird. He's a fresh-faced lieutenant, but he looks a little dead-eyed already. You didn't realize the U.S. Army was recruiting pre-PTSD'd.
Well, it saves them the trouble and having to go through it already.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah.
All right. Any further records office questions?
Okay, I'm trying to think here. What other records? You wanted to look up the different properties. I said, all of them were like by the 70s were like dilapidated and fucking extinct. Irwin sold almost all of them. There were probably like 4 or 5 throughout Arkham and Kingsport. He sold them to developers in the late 70s and early 80s. The greed is good era.
They were turned down.
Could I make a check on one of those to see about any specific properties?
Well, I was gonna say, the one he kept was the one he converted into the smoke shop and apartment.
What was it?
That was just one of their pawn brokerages. But you can pull up the old building plans for this because it was refurbished. There is no basement on the blueprints.
Okay.
From
so
the
that
70s.
Was probably added by
Irwin,
which means...
And there's no notes during the refurbishment of, like, discovered shitty basement. Filled it in with concrete. Yeah. Not up to code.
No, that's...
Or it was either... actually, like, again, it could have also just not been reported.
That's also true. But
that's also true. You may want to poke it, but it does seem like evidence-wise that...
Something is off.
It existed... At least this version where that was hidden with a rug, this has been something that has existed probably post-refurbishment in the 70s.
So my question is, has the family had any bookbinding businesses in their history?
Yes, they had. They did have bookbinding. Their bookbinding shops closed down sometime during the Great Depression.
Okay, are any of the properties still standing, or are they just...
No, they have all been... Gone? They were all ripped up in the 80s.
Okay. That saves it. Basically, only have the one place. Okay, that saves it time.
There's the possible basement of Book Lunacy, and then there's the actual property, the manor.
Well, no, there's 3 places that we got to check because there's something in that priory.
Well, the Priory is also on the property line.
Yeah, that's
the property's the whole thing. That's a whole thing we'll do.
The Lune property is several zones that contains buildings you need to investigate.
It's more than just the house.
True, yes.
I'm
that's
now
fair.
More nervous about the Priory than I am about the...
Well, the house...
Oh, no. I'm nervous about the weird old church place.
I mean, we'll just get to fight, like Phantom Redcoats. That's all.
I swear to God, if vampires...
If only.
Again,
vampires.
These
as Professor Jack walks by the farmer's market and just pockets a clove of garlic.
I'm sorry. I'm just I'm just getting more and more bothered by just how unnatural these people are looking. I'm just like, oh my God.
How do these guys
don't like
the cracks? How did they slip through the cracks so long?
Well, that makes sense.
They slipped through the cracks because you guys didn't have a... As far as your characters are aware, there was not a U.S. Department of freaky supernatural bullshit until the late 20s.
Well, and also...
Right, yeah.
Another
I wonder if that's why they tried to get into the OSS.
Wasn't Irwin Luna part of some sort of...
Yeah, he was part of the old school Delta Green clearance.
Yeah,
but he was separated from them at that point.
He was in as established earlier, Mac v SOG, which was special operations.
Actually, that is another thing I want to check in. What is his ancestry? Like, how does he connect to the building?
Well, we know that part already.
Okay, so if you track this down, this can be a bit of a flag, but I can tell you that this is obviously not directly important because I don't have the name written down. I did not generate 5 billion names for these people that you're going to keep looking up. So
that's fine then.
But you're able to find the fork as previously established by the tapes, which you've all listened to. You can find the actual records. There is a note that one of the Lune's sons left to go join the Union Army during the Civil War.
Civil War, that's what it was.
Yeah, Civil War.
He left during the Civil War. That's where the family split. He was disowned by the family because he married an African-American woman, and thus he changed his name to Luna, and that line has proceeded since then, ever since.
Pleasant. But, then that's a dead end then, because I was like, it's what I predicted.
We're still going to check his old basement full of old agent shit.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, when a family that is this insular and this, like, weird hillbilly cultish. That's the best way I can put it. Like when they break away and break ranks, that is like I just wanted to poke at that.
I think it's like there's something to be said there, but that like breaking away can like I said, it's said there. It's like he didn't like him marrying no well I'm not gonna use a slur here, a black woman. So
thank you for not getting us demonetized, Lucky. Yes.
So you have, I'm not even
pretty sure under no context are such words allowed on the YouTubes.
No.
Yeah. No. I have a theory. No. Yeah. I just was wondering if it could be important, but not to metagame too much. But if Omega literally didn't write a name down, I feel like it might not be important.
Yeah.
No, but it's more of like
that specific guy is not important. The fact that there was a fork seems to be part of this whole thing. But yes.
Yeah, but that's also before things started going full downhill for them.
True.
Okay. So.
But okay.
So again, we have 3 things here. We need to. Well, no, we're still at 2. We need to
Let's go check the cemetery first.
Well, okay, that is 3. Yeah, we got to check the cemetery, and we have to decide what we're gonna do about Book Lunacy's basement.
And Charles.
And
the thing
Well,
about
both those things are in Kingsport, so
yeah.
Well, yeah. So let's do the cemetery
Wait,
first.
I thought Arkham Cemetery's in.
yeah, you're in. I meant both those. Book Lunacy and Charles are in Kingsport.
Yeah. Okay. So let us.
The cemetery will be very fast. You go to the cemetery.
We go
there.
Let's go pay our respects. At least pay our respects to Erwin and congratulating him on
Pretty
fighting the good
deal
fight.
Like fire and high caliber gun.
Down.
Pretty smart.
I'm gonna check for any signs of disturbance in the cemetery.
What's your survival? Yeah.
Yup, I had a feeling.
80?
My survival is, I believe, 70.
Yeah. No. Basically, you go up to the plot, you find it in the records. There is a plaque or headstone, and it's for both Erwin and his wife, who his wife died about 10 years ago. I don't think I ever got around to generating a name for her, unfortunately. I know I'm so bad.
So bad.
And it's just got, their birth dates and death dates. Erwin himself would have been born sometime in the 50s. Because, he was a staff sergeant in Marine Recon in
Yeah.
But yeah, he seems to have lived a, decently healthy life. Math-wise, he would have been somewhere in his 70s or 80s.
Barring one very traumatic experience.
I don't know.
You guys lost Sand for listening to his tapes.
I'm about to say
several traumatic experiences.
I'm
He was just casually talking about
we were losing sanity from the things that happened in Vietnam, not from what happened after that.
Yeah. You guys lost Sand from realizing that apparently the U.S. government deployed Agent Orange and napalm to kill unnatural things, not just to fuck up the Viet Cong.
I mean, yeah, like knowing that there was like, oh fuck, there were like.
Apparently, someone was able to fire a fucking cruise missile.
Under the Mask of War, not under like a time of peace.
Oh,
relatively.
joy.
Yeah, so now that you know about the secret Vietnam War.
If we were in Ukraine, we could. Never mind. No, that's
No.
never mind.
Let's not do that one.
No, I'm sorry that this is a little breaking, but Belarus just revoked its non-nuclear status, so that's fun.
Oh no! But enough of that. I want to not think about that.
We'll think about that a different time. We're only 2 hours in, and we are in game. So yeah, there's no signs of disturbance or anything. The cemetery is like the main historic one for the town, so it's decently well kept. There's not like flowers left out or anything right now. You guys can leave a bouquet if you want.
Can we just buy a bouquet at the fucking?
Yeah, I'm sure they do
let's
that.
get some green flowers. Actually, maybe that's too much.
No, we got to get. Well, actually, I don't know if any flowers that have like just green petals.
Not usually, no, because it blends in with the.
Let's just get something vibrant and white.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was like, this man did his duty.
Like his story was pretty impressive, honestly. Yeah.
But no, it doesn't look. If the grave doesn't look like it's fucked with, and I don't see any cryptic messages.
I'm not checking. I'm not. I should clarify on my.
Well, you're gonna walk around for grave robbing.
I'm not
period,
checking
right?
Just Erwin. Like obviously, I would check his first because coincidence, but I will check the entire graveyard for our graves being messed with.
All right, so you guys are probably here for like 30 minutes while the mountain man walks back and forth. No, there is no sign of grave robbing in this graveyard. It is the year 22X, and no, there's no problem.
Should I clarify? I'm not just looking for human disturbances.
No, yeah, no, it's not. It's not. You're in the middle of an urban area. Arkham has come up around this. It's probably actually, I believe it is historically, according to HPL's maps. I think it is actually up on a hill.
For my peace of mind, I needed to.
Yeah, no, it's fair. You're like, hey, you're playing that anxious thing, but yes, there is no signs of any human tool-based or animal-based disturbance of the graves.
Maybe it's something 50 years ago, but
I was about to say,
I'm
how many
not that good. I'm not fucking.
That's a whole different sub-adventure when you guys are like.
No, I'm not that good.
Dr. Mormo, go back in time. Well, no.
I could do like a year probably. Well,
honestly, that'd be so fun.
Grave disturbance, yeah, probably a year. But wait, no.
You guys don't want to run into the time travel scenarios. It's bad.
No, because
you don't get to go back to fun times. You guys get catapulted into the Pleistocene and have to fight trilobites.
The only place I could ever do like is anything be disturbance 50 years is somewhere like California where it just doesn't rain or snow ever. This is a place that has normal weather.
Okay, you go back to Kingsport. It's probably like mid-afternoon by the time you drive.
I didn't even get a chance to make my joke. God damn it.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to move on. We're getting bogged down.
I know, but everyone wants to talk eternally.
So do you.
Yes, I'm usually talking moving on, Axe, instead of randomly interrupting me to say things I've already said. Don't start this fight with me, Axe. I'll end it.
Lucky. What did you want to say?
No, the joke I was just going to make, it was like, I was going to ask how many goth kids were just hanging out in the cemetery.
Let's, hold on. I'm going to roll 3d6.
3D!
That is 13. 13 goths.
I mean, Arkham probably has a higher than normal population of goths.
And they're all smoking.
There is a...
No, they're vaping. It's 2020.
There is a historical, like much like Salem, there is a historical precedent of, like, witch hunts and stuff and the witch trials in the town and things. And hauntings and whatever. Anyway. We're gonna transfer. The Batman sound effect plays. You're back in Kingsport. You guys go back up to your hotel suite and plan your nefarious plans.
I'm going to check my. As soon as I get in my room, I am checking to see if anything was disturbed.
Yes, your rat traps have all been picked up and thrown in the trash. There is a slightly
angry note.
There is a slightly impolite note from the front desk that is apparently summarizing a less impolite note that was left by housekeeping.
Okay, just as long as it was housekeeping, that's fine.
Yes, no. It appears you read the note. It appears that housekeeping disposed of your traps, and the front desk sent you a note that was like, "Sir, our health records are impeccable. Please refrain from setting pest traps."
Sorry.
No, you're not.
Force of habit. I will actually say that, just force of habit.
But
Anyway, so I say this about, like, since she lives in the apartment above Book Lunacy, if we want to go in time, even when she's asleep, it's a bit pushy. So maybe it's best if we get her out of the shop if we want to go look into it.
That's a solid thought, but why would she leave her shop?
True, but I'm just.
It did not seem to have any other employees.
You didn't see any, but you didn't ask her about it.
Yeah, that's why I said it just seemed.
Like I said, like, she works where she lives. I mean...
I mean, she probably goes for groceries or something at some point.
But if we want to wait a week...
Do you guys really want to...
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but you guys really want to do the surveillance stalk out for, like, when she leaves the house?
No.
I don't think we need to.
Because, you know, every day they peel another layer of that mass grave, they find another bone. What's at the bottom of the hole? You don't know.
We do have time to wait for more
I mean,
evidence.
I think I do know, and that's the problem.
Well, the thing is we got to think of what reasons would she have to leave. One would probably for legal reasons. Like, I don't know if they're doing the meetings that they have to do for fucking...
hearings.
For hearings and stuff at the shop. One way, like, to do is, I don't know, maybe you could... Oh, what's the way I want to say this? Convince, connive, whenever it's that there's another hecking legal meeting that needs to be attended or court date or there's some weird thing wrong at the records. I don't fucking know. But basically use the fact that she's in some sort of level solitude and she has to go down to the courthouse or something. Which, considering how courthouses in most government buildings are, take a minute.
Actually, I have an idea.
I'm listening.
So I don't know about this, but how much in disguise? I have 50 in disguise, and I have 41 in law. I could disguise myself as a lawyer, or someone that looks like a lawyer, bring in a falsified legal document requesting her for a meeting at the courthouse in Arkham.
Do you have
She
forgery?
spends the next 2 hours going in the courthouse, and we check the basement in those 2 hours.
Do you have forgery?
Okay.
Is forgery a skill? What does forgery fall under?
Maybe craft forgery? Check.
The forgery has to be a skill.
I don't have that, but I'm thinking of I could just make a legal document.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with forgery. You got to make sure that you have the proper seals, the signatures, make sure that the typing right, the type looks right.
I mean, we could just come.
Yeah, I believe forging a legal document would fall under law on tradecraft. There's no
I'll also say
forgery
this.
skill.
I mean, depending on how much we trust Barbara Luna, we could be somewhat open with her.
Considering the code, I don't.
I'm not saying tell her. I'm not saying tell her anything weird.
Well,
I'm saying okay.
Oh, sorry, no. I think I know what you're getting at, Dallas. See, the thing about the conspiracy is we don't let them know about Delta Green, and we don't let them know about the big.
We don't say DG.
I wasn't gonna say. So the angle I was gonna go at.
Spec Ops ninjas bursting through the door on fast ropes. Who said the DG word?
I wasn't gonna mention Delta.
I know you're not meaning saying that. That's what I mean. Is you want to bring her in without letting her actually know what.
But I'm old.
Yeah, what we're about.
I was thinking I could pose as a, not a colleague. I guess I guess I could. Oh God, I'm old.
You're old enough, probably. But you want to basically.
What were you doing during Vietnam, Professor Jack?
That is. I think I've messaged you about that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just for the recording. I make a joke.
Nothing
clarify
important.
For the listeners.
Shifty eyes. Nothing at all.
But if you want to basically set her up as a friend of the grandfather and talk about maybe the weird shit that the Lune family is up to, that's probably not the worst.
The only person who has appeared before Barbara so far is Garza.
Yes.
He identified himself as a DEA agent. He probably showed a badge.
It's why it's why I wanted to disguise myself so that if I have to meet her as Agent Benowitz, she wouldn't notice there was the same guy.
Well, honestly, believe it or not, I think I like Dallas's idea better. Maybe get some.
I was just gonna invite her out for lunch or something.
Yeah.
And just offer her support because I know she's going through legal troubles. See, I was just gonna pose it. I saw on the news that the house was in dispute, and I heard from some friends that she was getting harassed by some jerk off.
Sure.
Yeah. So
you have a persuade score. What's your charisma also, for instance?
It's not awful, but it's not great from what I remember.
You get somewhere in the middle. It's okay.
I think it's 13.
It's not like you have. It's not like you have base persuade. So
okay.
You can,
no, it's 15. Oh right, no, yeah. All my mental stats are 15.
So you're fairly personable. You know how to speak to people. You could probably pull that off.
Yeah.
It is literally my charisma is written as knows the game and how to play it.
So, no, I like that idea. If we want to go investigate the basement.
To clarify, to get an angle in the basement, you're going to have Professor Jack approach her, pull her out of the shop, go to lunch or something.
Yeah, just invite her for lunch, help her out, and honestly offer her genuine help with any legal thing she needs.
Yeah, because you don't like that. You don't like that Lune guy.
I don't, and I also have a somewhat not I didn't know him, but I have a respect and affinity for Irwin because he is doing the same shit I'm doing, and it sucks. Yeah. And I get it. And
then, what would the rest of your action plan be? Just the remaining 4-player characters slip into the back and pop the trapdoor?
I don't think I'm needed.
Yeah, I think we have
Are you sure
Benowitz and Garza, and then we have Holland Teep Watch.
Well, wouldn't Holland be the best at breaking and entering?
No,
Holland's best at the breaking part.
I have pick locks, so I can actually do it without.
I don't know y'all's specialties.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, Garza has specifically. He went out of his way last downtime to practice picking locks.
Yep.
So he can pick locks and has lock picks because they're incidental.
I don't know what I'm doing. I thought Missouri was Mississippi for the entire session last.
You thought it was Minnesota.
So something like that.
God damn it!
I confused those
another layer.
ones.
We keep going. Anyway.
Anyway, do we need to go over Dallas
Okay, no,
we don't need to. It's fine. We can keep moving. So, action plan would be Benowitz and Garza break, and Holland is keeping watch on support.
Is
Carl just sitting in the car?
Do you guys want me to go in there? I mean, the only thing I'm really good for is looking at dead bodies and maybe looking at yeah, that's a goo.
If we find something, we'll mention it and say you can come in, but otherwise,
I'll say if you find weird shit, take a picture of it. I can help identify it.
Yeah, we'll just bring pictures for you later. But
technically, if we find weird shit, we should remove it from the premises so it's not
true, and so you can investigate when we bring it back. We'll bring some bags.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I guess I will keep a watch as well, I guess. What do I got in alertness? 43? It's not the worst.
You just sit in the car outside the shop. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen to music. Smoke.
You're better at alertness than I am. Hey, what's that?
All right, so that sounds like that'll be tomorrow's plan, technically. You're involving lunch plans.
Yeah, so do we want to try to see if we can intercept Charles tonight?
Yeah. What is your plan of action on Charles?
I don't think I should be the one to talk to him, but that's because I mean,
you've already committed yourself to a plan tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I mean, you never know. You might not want to cross the streams, as it were.
Yeah.
I just want to get a visual on him, and
this guy. I guess I'm not doing much. I could try talking to him, but the problem is I don't have history. I just have a cult, and those don't necessarily overlap.
Could we do a thing where he just feeds you information through your earpiece?
No, that's because, guys, believe it or not,
they're not secret earpieces. Yeah. They're like Secret Service earpieces.
Yeah,
not fair.
This is not a James Bond movie.
I'm trying to think of how my best approach would be to him. I don't know. He's probably acting like he's some big shot kind of dude,
or he's trying to keep open.
Or he's really creepy. Those are the two pictures I have in my head.
It's one of the spectrum.
Yeah. He's either a big shot, arrogant dude, or he's creepy and in a corner, just looking like Bela Lugosi.
Like I could try a honeypot.
Why do I hear violin strings?
No, it's for Ratu. I could try a honeypot. I could try just a honeypot tag and just try to ply him with.
Isn't your charisma huge? Actually,
yes. It's 16.
Yeah, you're in a historic hotel, so you've got it's got a built-in restaurant and bar.
Again,
you see him there.
If you want, I can I don't think I'll be able to get any information out of him, but I can probably ply him with alcohol and company and talk and ask him about all his cool shit long enough for you guys to go fuck around with his shit. But that's all I can promise.
Also, just to find out if he's full of shit.
Yeah, it would at least be able to give us his character.
Kara, what's your human?
0. I mean, excuse me. Yeah. 11.
So mostly base.
Again, this is one of those things of Kara don't care about people much. You really don't.
To be fair, Kara, I think you're better than me at Humet. If I remember, I am just 0.
No, you get a free 10.
It's 10.
Yeah,
base.
Okay,
10
then
base.
yeah, I'm base.
Yeah, your base. Kara has at least attempted to human somebody and failed.
Once again, I'm an old man who lives in the woods and talks to 3 people.
I mean, do you want to do that and just have Garza be having his dinner at another table?
I can do the same too.
Then if you want to access his room, we need unless you're gonna have
Actually,
guys,
what you call it, Holland breach and clear.
Let's just have it be.
Guys, listen. We're having dinner at a fucking restaurant. It's just gonna be me. I'm just gonna ingratiate. Like, I'm pretty sure I can come by with one of us and talk about, like, keep a lady company for the night. And this man's gonna be all like, yes, women, good. You know, we'll pull out.
Or he's gonna be the opposite, and that is weird.
Yeah, I know, but you know.
Then we'll know.
Yeah, I'll just be nearby.
Just looking at your stat lines, like, you probably need Garza upstairs to access his room. It's on one of the upper floors, but he doesn't have a suite. You'll need to, slip in.
I could be nearby.
I guess you probably want, as usual, Kara probably wants Holland nearby as cover in case something goes horribly wrong. Because what's your unarmed combat?
It's base.
Navy SEAL?
Oh, Navy SEAL.
What?
What's your unarmed combat?
Unarmed combat is 60.
Yep.
I'm at 50, so like that's cool. Nice.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
What's unarmed combat?
Yeah, no. But like, just having Holland handy as a bodyguard just in case. You also have a pretty decent alertness, right?
I have a 42. Yes.
Yes, 70.
Oh God.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. So you probably want him sticking around in the restaurant bar area to cover you.
Yeah.
And then I guess the question is, how many people do you want actually on point looking in the room?
Well, I'm going to be doing something else.
I mean, I think I would like you in the room in case he has anything weird in there that might need an immediate look.
That's true.
Occult
okay,
things.
Then I'm going to need
sneaky, right?
probably yes, no, I have a stealth of 50.
And I like honestly, I think
Benowitz to do something then.
Okay.
I mean, I think all three of you could go, honestly.
Well,
I can. Okay. So
Mormo has something he want to get accomplished at the same time. So
what do you want to accomplish? Because I can pick the lock for you, Garza doesn't have a good stealth.
That's fair.
Right, you pick the lock and we'll do the search.
Well, then you pick the lock and you keep watch.
So I was going to do what I was going to spend the night or the evening doing is I was going to draw up a map of the house and the dig site. And try and correlate how those would be connected via.
Oh, we can just do that
tunnels.
afterwards.
Okay.
that would probably not take you that long.
That would take like an hour at most. We're only gonna have like 30 minutes in this.
I mean, you guys are still mid-afternoon. You've got time before it would be a dinner hour.
Yeah, like we gotta we're mid-afternoon.
Also, spoilers. You don't even know if he's going to go down to dinner. Maybe he takes it in his room. We're going to find out.
Well, we're gonna find out.
Well, you might have to wait a day.
Actually, that's a good question. Can we find out what room he's in?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. We at least know what Ruby's in. Yeah.
Right,
somebody roll me a persuade check.
Sure.
Roll one.
Whomever wants to badger the front desk.
I'll badger.
Not me.
Oh, okay. Axel Badger.
I think he's the best persuade, other than maybe Garza.
People are probably better at this, but I'm doing this. So just say.
Hey, it's fine. You volunteered.
It's not the
56.
Out of
60.
Okay. Nice.
Oh, yours is
most
the same
of
as
you seem to
mine.
be around the same level. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Room 312. Room.
What room are we?
I have been acting like you guys have a suite, so probably like 4th floor.
Okay, so we're like a floor difference. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not in the same
I
place.
probably am not in the same room as them, or else that room is gonna suck.
No, like I said,
Probably
suite.
neighboring rooms,
You
yeah.
you probably have like an interconnecting like common area and then your own bedrooms.
Yeah. No. My area looks like it was hit by an empty school building.
Yeah. Books.
Instead of dynamite or whatever, we packed this bomb with books.
Yeah, books, random stuff you have no idea what it does.
Omega, considering what the Nazis did, that's not a bad idea.
There's a bunch of drawings
them
all
a
over the walls that are tacked on the walls. Yeah, the room service probably fucking hated me.
You have so many commands.
But let's see. So for your map thing, I think the best way to handle that is just roll int times 5.
Okay. Is times 5. So
Probably pretty fine on that.
Technically, there should probably be like some kind of like
right? 65?
craft or
That's
science
75.
roll, but we'll let him int.
It's 15 times 5, right? That'd be 50,
Whatever int
75.
is.
Whatever that is, no.
What was it?
Absolutely no. I did in fact roll jackpot on that. 100.
Oh, doubles.
That's another fumble.
You can't
Dallas, how do you keep doing this?
I don't know.
So Jack spends several hours scribbling furiously at maps and just you go full blown Pepe Silva in like 2 hours. The hill doesn't make sense.
It doesn't
The
work.
math, the right angles.
Someone else to do it for him?
Nah, it's his project.
Okay. I guess I'll try again another time.
Do I take sand damage?
No.
No, I'm not gonna make you
Not that
lose.
stingy.
Non-Euclidean
Yes.
Like, you're just as we go into the stealth operation, you're just just annoyed that you can't figure out the math. Of course, you Euclid and Pythagoras.
Why must you be real?
Pythagoras.
All right. So, you guys are in your teams, I guess.
We can requisition firearms, right?
We
Yeah,
already
but
have
at
firearms,
mission,
so yeah.
usually at mission start though.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can mid. It'll just take you some time depending on
I
the
probably
level.
would have requisitioned a some sort of handheld gun.
I mean, I have a spare you can hold on to. It's a lower cal. It's a technically lower caliber, but you're fine.
That's fine.
I mean, there's a good question. Would you own a gun already, a handgun?
I already own a hunting rifle, but that's not helpful here.
Well, since we didn't bring it up, yes, you would have to requisition one now, which would with rolls and stuff.
Okay, so I'll just borrow X's then.
Yeah, you can
Or
just borrow
Benowitz.
I have a spare that I keep in some hidden pocket. So yeah.
Okay, I know how to use it at least.
Yeah.
I would like to have something in case the Eldritch Wizard person is inside the room.
Well, again,
All right, so you guys split up into teams. I just want to say, for instance, I'm imagining that
Well,
Garza, Benowitz, and the other guys are like sitting in the stairwell.
we're getting confirmation from Kara that he's there first. I'm assuming before trying.
Yeah,
to
before we
pick
Well,
go
yeah, that's what I mean. You
Yeah.
split into teams. Kara, you
Yeah.
go down to the restaurant.
yeah, I mean, if you get guys like eyes on someone coming out of Hotel 312, that'd be good too. Because again, guys, we don't know what the fuck he looks like.
We don't know if he's alone or not.
Yeah.
Well, I have rolled luck. Y'all are lucky. I rolled a 15.
Okay.
So at about, let's say, 7-ish, room 312 opens. You see a nondescript man.
Wonderful.
Fairly average height, average build, average weight. He's wearing a not quite as ancient as Professor Jack's suit was a couple days ago, but a fairly old, probably secondhand looking, type of suit. You notice he looks like he's in his early to mid 30s, maybe. And the big thing you notice is that he is walking with a cane. He walks with a stick.
Is he blind?
No.
No,
limp.
Or
limp.
leg
Yeah,
injury.
Okay. Yeah, just
you
checking.
can tell by
Wanted
his
to make
gait.
sure.
Limp.
Wanted to clarify because
Yes.
it's important. Okay, how much does he look like Oliver?
I mean, he looks related, but he's not like a clone. No.
Okay, no.
It looks
I
like
didn't think it was a clone. I thought it was him.
No,
that's
he
fair.
does not look that close. You can look at the facial. I mean, you got like anthropology and stuff. You're used to studying like human cultures and so on. Similar widow's peak. Similar line to the cheek or the nose, but
probably related. Definitely not ancient vampire. Got it.
no, not the same guy.
Or just ancient wizard, yeah.
Like I said, short cropped hair, widow's peak, little pale, walks with a limp. So he, clacks his cane down he uses the elevator, of course. I presume you pass the go signal to Kara.
So his wife.
All right. How much is it gonna cost to get like a good bottle of wine and a couple glasses?
No, I'm pretty sure that's incidental.
Sick.
Probably not. much
Kara
more than
has
200.
dressed nice. You guys didn't know that Kara owns a dress, but lo and behold, she does.
You own clothes that aren't easy to wash.
You guys are dressed in the go bag? What? No.
Listen, you never know.
That's not shocked about.
Carl just mentions you never know when you have to be pretty.
That is actually fair. I probably have my ancient ass suit in my
I mean, Benowitz
bag
has like
to look
spare
presentable.
suits, and then also like a Kevlar vest.
I also have 6 archaeology coats, but that I just have at all times.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we don't really
bring everything with you.
Haven't been washed yet.
Meals are not really are covered in the expense budget, so we'll say that's you don't need to worry about if you have the cash for it.
All right.
You can get a nice bottle of wine. You're dressed up.
So you
Holland,
wanna
I
do-
assume you're just kind of minding your own business at the bar.
Yes.
All right.
Also,
what's your stealth rating again, Holland?
Let's see. Stealth rating 70%.
Okay. You can be
Jesus.
nondescript very easily, yes.
You're better than us, yeah.
He's a fucking special forces
He's
guy,
a
yes.
seal.
He is a ghost.
He's a freaking seal.
I mean, the guy probably waits in like ponds of water for like hours anyway.
Yeah, no.
I'm
I mean,
just
like, literally, this is what he's good at, is appearing quietly in places he's not supposed to be.
Yeah. It's like,
Okay.
yeah, am I supposed to be legally? Am I legally allowed here? No, I'm hiding.
All right. Okay, so let's see.
Want to roll to see who
Charles
what we
will
do
go
first?
for a table.
Okay.
Actually, no. For the sake of things, let's say he starts at the bar. So what's your line gonna be, Kara?
What is my line gonna be here? Let's see. I'm trying to think here. He seems, I don't know. I have no human, so I can't get a read on. Oh, fuck it.
He is as we have described him. He is, a little bit of a secondhand suit, but he's trying to look nice. Looks like he's wearing like a, necklace or crucifix chain around. 30s cane.
Actually,
Shiny cane.
If he's wearing a crucifix, he might be more religious than one would think. But well, whatever. Fuck it. We're just gonna do the old, get next to him and be like, is this seat taken, stranger?
All right. Go ahead and roll your charisma ×5. This will be opposed by his human. How full of shit are you?
Well, I rolled a 30.
Well, I rolled 0-1, so if you succeed at all.
hey, it's not just me.
Wait, isn't 0 win like the best you can get?
No, it's blackjack rules, Sluggy. It's like a cliff face.
If you succeed,
If you succeed, period, you will defeat him.
Well, I was about to say, I rolled a 33.
That's a critical success, yeah. No, you got him. All right.
And coming to my web, said the spider to the fly.
Yeah, like I said, you don't really have any human, but, you're an adult woman. You've probably attempted to date sometimes before the incident. So, you might be a little out of practice, but you try the lines. You get the general impression this guy's a little out of practice, too. He just kind of is like, oh, no, it's not. He's a little soft-spoken. He speaks a little formally.
This is what popped into my head.
What? Sir!
I love the ending. None of you should ever be having sex. Okay, all right.
Get rid of that,
I'm
please.
sorry, titty croissants.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Just get rid of it, please.
Sorry.
Also, to that point, as I said, he is soft-spoken. He does not speak with a noticeable French accent.
Interesting.
His diction is a little strange sometimes. Like, he seems like he's looking for a word, but he speaks English with the local dialect.
Interesting.
And anyway, you'll start with some glasses of wine, and if you are willing, he will invite you to his table,
Oh yeah.
dinner,
Yeah, no.
and just talk about the weather. You get you discover that while he seems fairly insightful, intelligent, and like I said, well spoken, he is also not good at small talk.
Well, no, we'll just run the gambit of small talk and ask him, like what
What do you do?
Like, what do you do? Where you from? How's life treating you? Anything interesting in your life?
He does say that he is visiting from France, dual citizen. He rattles you off some textbook perfect French.
I'll ooh and aw, gently place my arm on his.
Yeah. And he says that he's in town to recover some family property. Get in touch, his his immediate ancestors were from the area thing.
Oh. I honestly don't think I could push that anymore. At least until I get him drunk.
He doesn't really
volunteer any more than that.
No, he doesn't really talk about like his business or history. He does, claim he was educated probably in anthropology.
Oh.
In France. He lists off some university that sounds prestigious but probably isn't that cool, but it's French.
Oh my god, I have a question.
E.
A settings question.
Yes.
So, you said the other countries have their own versions of Delta Green, right?
Ostensibly.
Maybe.
What if this guy's just a French Delta Green agent investigating the same thing?
That would be funny, but you guys will see because you're about to pop his lock. I will let my last, funny, ominous note for Kara is he orders a steak and he eats it very raw. Not like uncooked, but like bloody. It's a bloody steak.
We got ghouls. God damn it! Or I think there's
you
a
don't know
term
about
for
that.
them, actually.
You don't know about that. You don't know about
There's a
necrophages.
lot of things that would eat it bloody raw.
Or maybe he's just a weird French guy and he eats steak
including
raw.
Including me.
the French.
I love super rare steak.
I'm gonna say
like unhealthy.
I think the rarest it gets is blue, which is lightly seared.
Yeah. No. So let us do a breaking and entering.
All right.
Garza, please roll Dex times 5 to pick lock. Because I
Okay.
assume you want to do this fast.
Yes.
I will assume I have gotten the gun from.
Yeah.
Just keep it holstered.
You guys chilled in the. Put it in a front pocket.
We stay in the stairwell, so yeah, just.
I know how to use a gun.
All right.
All right. That's a 59. So 1 point under what I needed.
All right. Hey, that's pretty good. You just. Delicate touch. Click. Open sesame.
I'll go think you have to rake it. Good. That usually takes time.
So. Pops the lock. The door is open.
As a dumb thing, I know where to actually buy like really good lock picks. Actually, that's a dumb thing.
What's everybody's forensics level?
Let's see.
I think mine's a 40.
I'm 40. So like
I'm 40
Okay.
also.
Base.
So,
yeah.
you guys remember gloves?
Yeah, gloves and bags.
Mine is 51.
Okay, yeah. The federal agents will have some disposable forensic gloves on them, so you guys can pull on gloves.
Right. And also criminology might apply here of being like, what if we not delete trace?
Yeah. You guys can catch yourselves and not leave obvious forensic evidence. All right.
Yeah.
You have entered the room.
I feel like you can't be bad at forensics while also being good at archaeology.
That seems fair. So, Garza, I assume you're gonna stand watch.
Yeah, I'll stay and watch at the doorway. We're in the hallway.
Yeah.
You can just
Lawyer.
run. We can hide.
I will go through the window.
You're on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, and it ain't killed me yet.
I'll figure it out.
Okay. All right. The scene of the crime, but no crimes. Well, no, actually incorrect. The scene of your crime, the one where you're doing a crime.
The scene of the crime, yeah.
Omega, this is assuredly a crime.
Yes, correct. That's right.
This is a crime.
So you do a quick case of the room. At the surface level, nothing else seems too out of place. You open the closet. It has several changes of clothes. They're a little old, like secondhand suits, like I said. You check his normal top drawers. No weird items in the common drawers. No weird notes traced on his pad. He appear to be using the hotel's supply of toiletries, such as toothpaste, soap, etc.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't buy anything.
You do find that in his bedside table, he has several pairs of gloves. And also, you find no.
Okay.
You also find in his bedside table he has a couple of books on fencing and HEMA, historical European martial arts.
Oh, he's a French history nerd. Okay. Or just
he while you guys were studying history, he was studying the blade
at the same time. Yeah.
What are you guys' search scores?
I believe
Mine
mine
is
is
60.
60.
So we're both 60.
Okay, all right, you're both 60. All right.
Oh no, mine's not good.
Oh, okay. Well, do you want to roll search then?
Yeah, I'll roll search. Why not?
And
See if
buy
you
a whole
notice
get something.
Oh, that's good. Isn't it? Isn't
What is
getting
it?
exactly your number good?
It's pretty good. Okay.
I got a 20.
All right. All right. You guys both successfully search. You find a couple of things executing this, and you can accomplish this relatively quickly.
I need to, yeah.
Number one, rolled under his bed, you find an actual World War II era steamer trunk. It is locked shut with a lock. So you guys can
lock or
figure out if you
combination?
want to do that. Padlock.
Okay. Let's see. We could probably depends what kind of brand it is, because we could most
How
of these have
big is
these
it?
huge protections if you just like pap the pins or rake it.
I mean, it's just for the pin size. Axe, your character doesn't have special training in lockpicking, so
No, that's fair.
How big is it?
probably fairly normal for a luggage type lock.
No, like the trunk.
Oh, the trunk? It's a World War II era steamer trunk. It's,
They're pretty big.
Could a
before-
human fit? Could
before
a
we get to
human
that,
fit
let's
inside
just-
there?
could a
fit a lot.
body fit? No, it's not that big.
Okay.
A lot of like large objects though, possibly. Large-ish.
Well. Okay, continue.
I mean, you could probably grab Garcia in there for a little bit.
Garza, yeah.
Garza, excuse me. I don't know why I keep saying Garcia.
Because you're racist.
I
No.
know.
But anyway, besides
the
that, before we
trunk
get into-
is suitable enough that one of you could lift it with both hands. It
we
is
could
heavy.
Probably,
Seems like it's got
we
some
probably
stuff
don't
in
want to move it that far because we won't be able to put it back under the bed.
Alright.
So we should probably check for other things before we get this because we won't put Garza
Okay.
in here.
So, that's in there, and you find that. And then the second thing you find is that you notice that there is an antique roll-top writing desk in here. On top of it are several bottles of India ink and a fountain pen, but the inner drawer is securely closed. What is both of yours alertness?
70.
Okay. What's your alertness, Dallas? It's low, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Benowitz. You look at the desk, you check it, you notice there's a slight out of placeness to the drawer top. You think it's booby trapped.
The fuck? Why the fuck is this fucking pressured? The fuck? Okay. So is this like a whole writing desk, or is it like a thing on top of the writing desk?
Yeah, it's an antique roll top writing desk. It's the whole desk. The drawer
Would
is
he
booby
be able
trapped.
to disarm that?
What's your demolitions, Benowitz?
Where the fuck is this on?
I believe that's 0.
I think that's base. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a bomb squad.
I mean,
What's
if you want
what's your demolitions, old man of the mountain?
So, actually a 20, but I don't know that I want to roll that at a 20.
Yeah. So,
Holland, what's your demolitions, by the way?
60.
I mean, if you guys want to
probably-
call him on the earpiece, like, hey man, can you come up here real quick?
Hey, we actually have a booby trap desk.
yeah.
Once
Once
we might do that later,
I will
but-
say this with your above 0 level of demolitions. Once Benowitz points it out to you, or just is like, "What the fuck? It's booby trapped." You look at it. Judging by what you can see there, it looks like there is some kind of pressure trigger, and looks like there's a fuse or something of some kind of powder that will ignite. You think it's a flash powder, so it will probably make a lot of light and a lot of smoke, which will set off the smoke alarm, which would
It's
be bad.
also it's probably a burner.
Yes,
burning
it would
thing.
probably incinerate whatever's in the desk.
It's like a it's what they
It's
do
a
in,
it's
like,
a thing to prevent evidence.
It's like what
from being
drug
found.
dealers use. It's like
Yes.
an evidence burner.
So, if
So
you
not
guys,
that like weird. Like it's weird, but it's not like
It's a bit paranoid.
no, it's not
Unearthed.
unusual or unheard of, but it is not
it's like something I would do.
not a typical thing that this guy
so
should
maybe,
be doing.
So maybe we should do the. Besides that, we should go check the. I guess Garza unlocked the
Let's
trunk.
check other things first because that wasn't
Yeah.
it, right?
So, I mean, the main things you find is the only thing that is suspicious is the desk is locked and trapped, and he has the trunk. Everything else seems normal. Clothes.
Okay.
All right,
seem to bring
Garza.
up
Also,
the trees.
I'll take watch. You unlock the trunk.
All right,
Garza, I
sounds
would like you to roll Dex times 5. Do you guys want to get on the earpiece and call Holland at the bar?
I'll do that in the hall. Actually, you guys do that in the room. I'll stay outside. So.
All right, that's a 32.
Okay. You pop the lockout. I assume you open the thing.
Yeah.
All right. Inside the trunk is you roll it open. You see in there. So you find a whetstone and supplies for sharpening blades, but no blade is apparent. You also find a FP-45 Liberator.
Wait,
That old?
that sounds familiar.
Forget.
These
That's a
are
sniper
lovely
rifle.
piece of shit guns.
Oh, they're fucking like
Oh.
World War II guns.
Yes, this is a World War II era single shot 45 caliber pistol that were mass produced to issue to irregulars and resistance fighters in France.
Why is this
Yes.
guy
And
like
they
shit
are-
from like 1950s?
I mean,
And they are
X.
horribly dog shit.
Remember that this guy's grandfather was a World War II French resistance officer.
Did he just
Allegedly.
keep all of his shit?
I assume so.
But this is like it's a single shot. It stores. There's a single one in the barrel, which is unrifled. The grip stores 5 more rounds. It is god awful. The range is dog shit.
In all of World
It-
War II, by far.
It's a holdout pistol. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's. We were supposed to drop them en masse to French resistance fighters so that they could walk up next to a Nazi and plug him in the street, kind of a thing. Not a combat weapon by any means, but yeah, he's got one of those in there.
It's a stealth gun. Yeah.
And there are also 2
resistance
small
fighter?
bags or bundles in his trunk. The first one looks like an old school doctor's bag. Are you guys gonna unroll it?
I might as well
yeah, why
open it
not?
and take pictures, I guess. Just show to Kara later. Maybe I'll show us if something's odd.
Yeah, I'll make sure it's not like.
It's not Louis. It's a bag.
This
You
trunk was already
unroll the
full
doc.
on.
You gonna unroll the doctor's bag?
Yeah.
All right. Garza, I assume you're still here.
Yeah.
Because you unlocked it. Do you or Jack have any medicine?
I have.
Nope. Not me.
I have 20% pharmacy, but that's it.
So yeah, you get the vague idea that these you think is some medical or surgical tools. I will say though, Professor Jack has a lot of survival. You do also think though that some of these are knives that seem more suited to a butcher or taxidermist.
Yeah, I was like, that looks like a hunting knife.
You also find some old ass is this like blood transfusion gear?
Okay.
Or sample taking? You don't know. You don't have any medicine. You can take some pictures.
Yeah, I'm gonna take pictures like hell for Kara.
Yes.
I'm good at doing that. That's basically 90% of archaeology is looking at something you can't touch, taking pictures of it to study in a lab.
So you take some pictures while Garza maybe actually handles the items and rolls them back up. The second bundle looks like maybe a little bit of a portable chemistry set. It is filled with gear such as burners, pipettes, beakers, mortar and pestle, many what look like homespun glass jars and phials, which are marked with alchemical symbols. Mr.
Okay,
Occult Man,
those
you recognize
I
these
can
symbols.
identify.
Sulfur, mercury, salt, phosphorus, arsenic.
Basic
metals like
alchemy stuff.
Lead, silver, copper, tin, zinc, etc. Looks like he's got some other acid or powder markers, other compounds. There are
So
also
just
some
general.
just general occult. There are some unmarked vials with some systems, some contents, some substances you don't know. In the book, you see several books in French and German, which appear to relate
I
to
can read
natural
half of
magic,
those.
natural philosophy, and alchemy.
I can read half of those.
And you find a handwritten notebook.
Please be in French. Please be in French. Please be in French.
Oh, it's in English.
Oh, thank God.
It is handwritten by Charles de Lune. It is titled in French. The title on the first page of the notebook is Alchimie de Lune.
Okay.
So
I'm going to. I'm not going to read it in here.
Mhm.
I'm going to just quickly skim, take pictures, take picture.
Okay. You may be able to comprise that into something you can actually study later.
Yeah.
So you skim it, and basically, this is a notebook. It's handwritten by what appears to be Charles. It is filled with doodles, symbols, chicken scratch, and meticulous notes on various alchemical theories and processes. It lists out very scientifically the approach to certain compound solutions and powders, some of which work and some of which fail.
How advanced is this? Is this like a beginner or is this like a advanced?
So it's pretty deep in there in some of the chemical stuff he's doing. You have an unnatural score of like 10, right?
Yeah.
No,
11.
11. Yeah, okay. Nothing in here is openly hypergeometry, right? There's nothing magic about this.
No,
but this is some pretty detailed like home chemistry or lost alchemical shit.
So to ask, just to get a sense of this, is this like a chemist who decided to become an alchemist, or is this just someone who's been studying alchemy for a while?
It definitely leans more towards the alchemical, the occult nature. There is some real chemistry you think in here, but that's a byproduct of how alchemy was just natural philosophy for a while.
So this is not a I just picked this up, this is neat thing.
No. There seems to be a drive, a purpose to this. With you just skimming it, you can't figure it out. You do notice that there seems to be recurring themes of concepts of longevity, rejuvenation, and sleep.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
However, the study time to process all this is days.
Yeah. No, that's going to be in... That's what I'm going to be doing for...
After we check the basement.
Don't worry, Kara. Your good friend has photographically documented every page of the notebook.
Yes.
Yeah, you're probably doing
that is
this for
literally
like
my job, is to photographically document shit.
Yeah. Okay. So by the time you're done with that, Holland will have popped up. Holland, go ahead and actually, no, you don't need to roll stealth. You're not in a rush. You have a very high stealth.
Yeah.
Assuming you don't like run the location, you can slink up and slip into the room.
Yeah.
I'm probably keeping watch, and I like Garza, take watch again.
I'll probably be working while Holland is working to unbooby trap to make it look like we haven't been in there.
Since we don't have Holland down in the dining room anymore, I am going to be.
I mean, I'm fine. Like
stairs. I know, but like just so we have.
Just to get.
Yeah.
Lucky. We found some stuff. I'm less confident that you're fine.
Okay.
He's more just a weird alchemist dude.
He knows how to do sword fighting and martial arts.
Well, like, as soon as I hear...
Also, I think the more important thing is, and I don't know if you might even have texted these to Kara, but there was his spooky bag full of doctors and taxodermy tools.
I don't know if we texted that.
We texted well, you know, I haven't texted this to anyone, but that is definitely going in a folder called "Give to Doctor Lady."
So I want to ask this, Kara. You are attempting to ply this guy with alcohol because they're doing this whole rigmarole for several minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Are you attempting to like get him a little crunk?
I'm gonna try and get him a little crunk.
All right.
I'm sorry. I don't understand that he is maybe a long-lived guy who's been around for who knows how fucking long. I don't know what that does to your alcohol resistance, but fuck it.
Okay. I would like you to roll con times 5, and I will roll con times 5 for him.
What is my con, actually?
Oh, if you both succeed, it's not the problem.
Oh, mine's 12. Mine's okay.
That's what, 60?
Yeah, 60.
Yeah,
60.
I rolled a 20.
Okay. All right. Between you guys split the wine bottle you acquired. Actually, neither of you seems particularly worse the wear for it.
Okay.
What's up?
Oh no, I was like, wait a minute. I got a 20 on my percentile and the 0 on my ones. I'm like, wait a minute. No, wait, no, that's 20. 0, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, no, he's over the course of this process while they're working, he doesn't appear to be particularly bad or good at holding his liquor. You guys are probably both getting a little flushed, but you know, nobody's like gonna pass out or anything.
Mm-hmm.
You probably go for like dessert.
I'm going to be sterilizing, or not sterilizing, but getting rid of any.
He naturally orders some devil's food cake.
I'll make jokes and comments. I'll make jokes about that. Oh, decadent taste, I see.
Oh yes, I'm quite used to the desserts back home in France.
What was it like in France?
You're not here, X.
Right.
I'm pretty sure she's already asked that. So.
Yeah, Kara's been making small talk for. Like I said, if I will allow it, but if Jack wants to photograph every page of this notebook, which as I said takes days to study, that's gonna be like 30-40 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to. Probably.
I mean, go for it. Like I'm going to. I'm gonna keep going until someone comes downstairs and gives me an okay. It's the secret okay sign.
Especially because we also have to disable a bomb.
But
speaking of which, Holland, you arrived. Please roll demolitions.
Yeah, I only pre-rolled to 21.
Okay.
Sick.
All right.
Okay.
You are able to figure out the pressure plate. You get a knife in, and you're just gonna pop it open without it setting off the spark or whatever that activates the burner. Indeed, it was as Dallas or Jack, whichever one, predicted. It's a incendiary device that would completely nuke the contents of this desk.
We have to reset it though to hide the track. Yeah.
So but
you find a couple of things in here. You find several silver and gold coins bearing images of a horned canid or a skeletal hand.
Oh, family crest. Okay.
No, that's not the family crest. You know what that is? That's the coin that your Dallas man dug up.
Right.
Yeah.
Sadly, he didn't keep it with him. He put it back.
Well,
in
no,
the
the
hole.
skeletal hand wasn't the skeletal hand also on there?
No. Their crest, you've seen it blown up. Their crest is a tree with asymmetric branches under a crescent moon.
Didn't the tree look like a hand?
Yeah. Like I said, it maybe looks a little hand-like, but this is much more like bones and stuff.
Actually, you took a picture of the coin.
Yeah, no, but then he said, "I'm gonna let one of the students find it."
Yeah, so you cannot pull out the coin and copy it, but he's busy right now. He can check his pictures.
Look, I'm an old professional archaeologist. They're a student that is going to make their career for the next couple of years.
Yeah.
Well, until Delta Green suppresses it.
Well, also, I don't want to draw more attention to myself than I need to.
You find several vials of something. You might want to have Garza take a crack at that. His pharmacy. And then Holland discovers a private homebrew pressed book dating to the 1970s, the late 1970s, entitled "To Serve Man."
The fuck?
Hey.
Is that a cannibalist book?
I'm gonna read.
Guys, found some coins here with some skeletal hands on them, and a book called "To Serve Man," and some vials of something.
I'm gonna.
Hey, Garcia, can you identify the vials?
Hey, Holland, take a watch. We'll look at this.
It's Garza, but I'll check the vials.
Garza,
all right, roll pharmacy.
Oh, that's a 13.
Nice.
20.
You believe these are some kind of soporific. It is a sleep-inducing item, or something at least that makes you drowsy. Traditional sleeping draft.
To be put asleep and eaten, or something.
What's the author on To Serve Man?
None. It appears to be a.
Is it Gene Roddenberry?
No.
Sorry, I had to make the joke.
It appears to be a like I said, it was a homebrew print. The author isn't credited. It appears to have been collated and translated from several sources and kitbashed together into something weird. Because you're skimming it.
I can skim it to take pictures of it. You will do the other thing.
I'm gonna you skim and take pictures of the journal. I'm gonna skim and take pictures of this.
Sure, I'll do the rest of those.
Okay.
I'll put the vials back where they were after studying them.
Yep.
I'll take out my second camera, as I have at least 4.
I knew it.
I'm an archaeologist.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
He's an archaeologist.
Sorry, I watched old Twilight fucking Zone, so To Serve Man, I was like, wait a minute.
No.
Yeah.
I was just,
by the way, this book post-dates that episode of Twilight Zone.
Yeah, I know, I was like, wait a minute.
I was
suspect it is ironic.
So the cannibals are kitschy. Got it.
The book bills itself in the introduction as a consumer guide to necromancy, necrophagy, and necrophilia.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The bulk of the text contains numerous references and several badly edited and poorly translated excerpts of a book called Cultes de Ghouls. That's French for cults of the ghouls, or ghoul cults.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's what we're fucking dealing with. Okay,
so, most of the book, Benowitz, is taken up by allusions or obtuse references to the ways you can prepare human flesh to consume.
Also, I'll say this, Omega. I don't think I don't get that joke. Or that reference, rather.
Yeah. It's taken up by, like I said, the obtuse and references and allusions to the ways one can prepare human flesh. Many, many long pig jokes, the other white meat, etc. It also is a catalog of various necromantic rituals and behaviors across various cults of death across human history, accounts of ritual cannibalism. There's some kind of attempt at world building in here. Like, it describes something called the Mortician God and the ghouls who are lost children of Ifrits, looking for the Garden of Midian.
The fuck is Midian? The other parts I got. What the fuck is Midian?
Actually, you would probably know that. What's your... Well, are you a religious Jew, Benowitz, or is it more cultural?
Partially cultural. Mostly cultural, but I probably
do you
remember
have any
something.
occults or history?
I know what it is personally.
I have 11 history and 17 occults. So I have, like, vagary shit.
You think it might be something in the Hebrew sections of the Bible?
I might bring it up later, but I
you think the name might be from Genesis?
Okay. Yeah.
Though, from what you guess, you don't think that whatever they mean by the Garden of Midian in here is the biblical one, because it's like a garden of infinite darkness filled with ghouls and vampires.
What?
Where the sun shall not trouble us anymore.
Are you talking about? Like,
it's full of rubbish.
Some of
these are like threefold translations of Chinese philosophy and internal alchemy, which were apparently translated from classical Chinese into French into English. So you don't fucking know if this is correct. It is bad.
I feel like I want to bring up a thing.
To clarify to Axe, or to Benowitz, I guess. Midian is a son of Abraham, and Midian is said to be, I believe it's on the coast of the Red Sea, I think?
Yes.
Okay. But I image Benowitz being like, what the fuck is this bull? This is like fucking Hollow Earth bullshit. The fuck?
Actually,
you will notice I have gone ashen.
Actually, be a little... Well, okay, never mind. I'm not going to say anything. I googled shit.
The To Serve Man text does discuss concepts of internal alchemy and human transmutation, sometimes in reference to ritualized cannibalism. Consume the likeness of, to adopt the likeness of another. And there's a huge appendix in the back which appears to try and like correlate mythological beings it mentions into several rituals or concepts of a 5-element system of classical alchemy. So fire, water, earth, air, ether. But it's all like really confusing. It's not a proper tome because it's dog shit.
It's just like it's the edge of being like the worst tier of tome, but it's not.
It's Secrets of Japan?
Like you think that you mean you have an unnatural score. Some of this stuff might be true, but you don't know what's true and what's fake because this has been put through like the translation ringer.
Yeah, it's like watching a very shitty.
I would tell you, owning this book is not illegal. There are very few actually banned books in the United States.
No.
We don't really go for that with freedom of speech.
It's probably never printed.
The actions in this book are hella illegal. So
yeah.
Well, it's one of those things. Like, if I remember correctly, not To Serve Man, because I'm pretty sure that has never come up. But the text it's taking from is not common.
No. You have a shitload of occult, right?
I have 80. Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Benowitz, do you mention the Cultes de Ghouls?
Yeah. I guess I just, as I'm like skipping through it, it's like, okay, so this.
Yeah. With your 80 in occult, you have heard of, but have probably never touched a copy of the Cultes de Ghouls, Jack. That you're pretty sure with that high level of occult, you think that was a a book produced by a French comte, which was super banned in France, and allegedly all of the original printings were burned.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I see where we're going.
There's always rumors about like either the expurgated version, there was a second printing, or the lost original, but mostly it's
you probably
shitty copies
have a
like
copy
this.
locked up in the Miskatonic.
Probably a copy in Miskatonic.
Yeah, but no, like the original Cultus de Ghouls is a infamously like rare banned book about cults, ghoulish cults basically.
Yeah, so I guess it's like, yeah, okay. I feel like Benowitz brings it up of being like, do you know what the fuck this means? Because it's like, this is weird shit, but I'm not actually sure if it's the right weird shit.
It means that we were right to be suspicious of Charles. No, keep taking pictures.
I'll keep taking pictures.
Like, honestly, guys, I want you to consider, I know you're taking pictures so you don't get caught, but do you really want these things to stay in this guy's possession?
Oh, trust me, I have a plan after this.
We're getting backup evidence for backups. Well, I mean, you guys have looked at this place and, as you said, rearranged it after yourselves. So
yeah, no, I'm fine with him keeping all the stuff in the
desk.
In the trunk. I don't think any of that is like.
That's just weird old shit, but that might be something else.
It's weird in his own notes. I'm going to basically my idea. I'm going to pitch this. Is I'm going to re-break in to this room in another hotel room and ransack it. And I'm going to purposefully trigger the booby trap.
Okay.
Smoke screen it with another crime, okay.
Yeah, and then I'm going to rob someone like 2 doors down.
I mean, we're going to deal with the guy anyway, right?
I mean, at this point, this guy's a vector.
Yeah, this guy is totally a vector. We might just need to get rid of his body somewhere.
Like, honestly, there might be a black bagging happening.
I mean, that's your guys' I can't do that. I'm an old
You don't have powers of arrest.
Yeah,
I mean,
what I think... I don't have upper body strength.
What I think is we
also
hide our tracks, and I guess we just plan to raid his room in the night and mug him. Backpack him, but...
I feel like we need to actually have everybody be in team meeting about how they want to handle that.
Oh yeah, we need to do that. We need to reconvene for that.
So, you've like cleaned up your ideas. I assume you do want to, at least for now, like repack the notebook and all the stuff and close it up and even reset the desk.
Like, I don't think he's going anywhere,
Yeah, then I won't make it look like a raid then.
Yeah, let's just put it all back and figure out what we're going to do, because we now have proof of vectors, at least.
I will actually go outside the hotel.
Yeah?
This is the opposite of coming together so we can talk.
Look, I can talk to you guys through an earpiece. I need to make sure he doesn't run.
For what?
I don't think he won't notice. He's not here. Wait.
You guys all have like 40 forensics. It's fine. You haven't left any obvious
If he notices us that we've been in his room, well, we don't know what his score is. I'm saying if he notices that someone's been in his room, there's a good chance he might run.
Yeah, but not right now. We can do that.
Yes, he is going to. Later. He is going to. Like, no, he's not going to run. Like,
okay.
I mean, at the very least, it would be hard for him to run because he has a limp and he's got a steamer trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he'll make a big deal
about it. Desk.
I will point out that if he does run, then we just contact support.
Okay. I mean, if he run, it's like. Like, I'm not saying like we don't keep an eye on his movements, but we don't have to actually stake him out.
Yeah, it's like it's the thing of like
you would also, I would say this, you would not necessarily want to stake him out from outside the hotel. Like you could just have probably Holland and Garza switch off again, and Holland has a shitload of stealth and could just trail him to his room and see that he doesn't come flying back out of it like, no, somebody has broken into my room.
Yeah.
A curse on them.
I'm gonna
and then rats come out of the walls and eat your flesh. What?
I'm gonna take extra care to make sure Benowitz documents all of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Be thorough. And then let's put it back, and then let's.
Kara probably has to buy you a couple of like extra minutes down in the fucking the restaurant after dessert because you guys are photographing everything, but you could pull it off.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, you guys have enough forensic scores. You can avoid leaving obvious forensic evidence. He doesn't have a black light or anything. By the way, you guys don't find smartphone, charging cables, none of it.
Yeah, he doesn't have
no
any
laptop, no none of that.
So he's an actual Luddite.
Yeah,
Man,
there is nothing high-tech in this room. Everything is ink and paper.
I don't know if Benowitz brings it up, but I feel like he's going to have a theory to bring to the table later. This guy is.
Well, we'll do it later.
I mean, I have a theory now, too.
All right, so, Kara, how do you want to break the evening? Just like,
Well, I'm gonna keep trying to go until someone comes downstairs and gives me like some sort of signal. Because
I
again,
keep Holland this. Yeah.
the prearranged signal is given. The victory music from Payday 2 plays
on your phone.
I am immediately
at that point. Kara will be like, check her watch and be like, "Oh dear, it's gotten late." But she'll be like, all charm in class, saying, if we see each other again, maybe we should do this again. It's like good, like all to new friendships and stuff. And then she'll glide away, laughing behind her hand.
Okay.
No.
Okay, Luvia.
Holland, I assume you are okay with the plan to trace this guy back to his room?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll stealth for me.
Okay.
Also, what's the base in alertness?
Base alertness is...
it is 20.
Nope, not doing that.
He's drunk.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to roll.
That's a 54 out of 20.
Not a fumble, but close.
Okay, that's a 63 out of 70.
You are the darkness. You are the night.
He is the wall.
Yeah, you follow up the stairs, like you see him go to the elevator, you jog up the stairs to his room, you're waiting there for when he gets there. He, goes up, checks his key. He kind of fumbles it a little and he kind of like, slaps himself on the side of the face. Goes in, closes the door. His light stays on for like a good, 20 or 30 minutes. And then probably like it goes out as it's now probably like 9 o'clock at night or something.
So I did not know Omega. Oh, wait, no. Sorry.
But you guys can reconvene spookily.
Back to the suite.
All right, back to the suite. So yeah,
the conspiracy boards are huge.
Okay, we have a new whiteboard. I got a new whiteboard clean for this.
If you look at Jack, he has about a this good 11-inch knife out, along with a wooden stick that he is just sharpening.
Scrape.
When I skimmed evidence at the scene, also I guess there's pictures, picture C5 through C20 to look at.
5 through 20.
Yeah, the medical bag.
Oh.
He has an old tiny medical bag. It does appear to have some actual historical, do you think mostly 40s and earlier, medical tool. He's got, so he does in fact have some old, like, 1920s era blood transfusion equipment. Some fucking vampire shit. Blood transfusions fix everything. Definitely has some knives that are like, that's a flensing knife. That's for, like, taxidermying skin. That is not for surgery. Why does he have this knife?
Does he actually put on the skin and stuff of other people to assume them? Or incorporate them?
No, but I think he has a weird capital R thing of consume another to become another.
R?
I do want to say I think I was right now. I'm pretty sure this might just be Oliver de Lune.
I mean, modern people don't keep around World War II medical equipment.
And a 1940s stealth gun.
I was like, this seems like someone who's set in their ways.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say that To Serve Man was printed in the late 70s. And from the skimming through some of the earlier entries, it looks like Charles dates his own alchemy experiments to sometime in the 80s, maybe? That's still a little weird. You only thought he was like 30 what was he doing writing about alchemy in the 80s?
Okay,
but...
so this new theory, this might just be Oliver de Luna's son, as opposed to grandson.
I think that's fair.
Possibly.
And might just be prolonging his age.
Oh,
somehow.
actually, I have a very good question.
Or apprentice, rather.
Kara, did you at any point ask about the limp?
I probably would have as bit of a topic.
Okay.
Because I will mention, because Kara will mention that she is a doctor, at least.
Okay. He said it was a bad bicycle accident as a child. The ankle never healed right. What's your medicine?
A lot. Excuse me while I
So obviously you're looking at his
it's 80.
pantsed leg and his walking, his gait. You don't. That doesn't seem like joint or skeletal. You think it's muscular damage.
Like a gunshot?
He has an injury. Could be. Again, you didn't pull up his leg, but you'd say it's probably consistent with gunshot, stab wound, animal attack, whatever. Like it doesn't seem like a joint problem. It seems like he lost a big chunk of the muscle tissue in his lower leg. I just realized that Kara is a doctor and probably would have wondered about this injury.
Okay.
Dallas's BRB. I will now mentally project just his scrape. As I'm pretty sure he's sharpening a stake, for vampires.
Yeah, and I don't think that. I think we're.
I mean, a stake through the heart will kill anyone just as good as a vampire. So I'm not gonna say anything against it.
Is it an extra case by case basis to know necrophages are a thing?
What?
Roll your natural.
I'm probably gonna fail this, but we'll see.
I mean, there are certainly he's describing something called ghouls in this text, or to serve man is say. And there seems to be some occult
that
history.
Would have been fine on anything that actually had normal score.
Yeah.
So no.
You're not sure. Again, the to serve man thing. You know enough about the unnatural to realize that
the edge of something.
Some of this is probably real, but it is so shittily translated. Like if you show Kara, for instance, the text block, she can go okay, that's real, that's fake, that's fake. I don't fucking know if that's real or fake. I don't know if these words are translated correctly.
Yeah. What about that other thing you guys got, though? Because I actually was away when you were talking about
his journal? Yeah.
I just brushed him this morning.
But Keith. So you have a very extensive photocopying of the text Alchemy de Lune.
Mm-hmm.
It's a handwritten journal. In English, the study time is days.
Sick.
How far back does it go?
Decades.
Well, that's gonna take me a while, but send me a copy of that. I want to study that for reasons. Sure. So
we might wait a few years.
Perhaps send it over Bluetooth locally.
Yes.
Leave
it private.
PTP that.
We need to get rid of it once we're done.
I will add this to my digital grimoire. Well, the things I learned from it anyway.
You just have. I feel like you have a Kindle that's almost permanently on airplane mode.
Pretty much.
That's a decent way. Like air gapping is a pretty good way to handle it.
That's yeah.
Probably not even like a Kindle, like a cheap off-brand ebook reader that's generic, right?
Something that I can just type on. Maybe not even have like an actual internet connection on it.
You just USB.
Listen, guys. There's a lot of old ass ghetto electronics from before Web 2.0 and shit.
Mm-hmm. So no, as long as no one physically takes this from me, it's okay.
Yeah.
But I gotta, like I said, we're in the medical shit again. I'm like, ooh, I want it, but I will study this later. What was it? The To Serve Man. Actually, I have to ask Omega. Is there the Twilight Zone in here? Do we have that episode?
Yeah. No, yes. Like I said, you guys can guess the book is titled because it is a homebrew self print from somewhere in upstate Wisconsin in the 70s. It was probably a joke.
Oh, this is some weird ghetto. This is some weird ghetto zine thing. Okay.
Yeah, I will be meticulously studying that camera personally.
Yeah.
So, looking at To Serve Man, okay, so this guy. So I can only assume, but I'm assuming that probably some of these longevity treatments and all these things probably are real and work. So this guy is probably lives a lot longer than One should.
To clarify,
yeah,
Lucky, because I think you might have asked this while I was gone. All my cameras upload to a private VPN protected server.
You give way too much detail on this, my dude.
Oh,
that's fair. Okay, so you have secure servers for stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
I still say because we discussed getting a copy of it. The thing that probably you would do it like Bluetooth and like point to point.
Yeah.
Locally.
So this guy, I'm not gonna say he's a fucking vampire, but the term ghoul in popular culture, I will say, seems to fit pretty well, I would say. Everyone agree with that?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
We have...
I'm personally still too partial to vampire, but I will also get it.
No, this is... If we're going by what, Kara Tap's two-serve man goes by, and what the few things we have here, we have a long-lived something that feasts on the flesh of the living or the dead,
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, didn't the book itself literally name check ghouls and vampires?
I don't know.
Yes.
Oh, did? Wow.
Yeah. Vampires are also, and all kinds of night creatures are described as wishing to live in the paradise of the Garden of Midian.
Let's get more bureaucratic. Let's call this a night, like a night type or something, a night creature, like a night
stalker,
a night
walker.
No.
Fighter of the day walker.
No.
Not yet. But
so
or necrophage? Or no, that's dumb.
No, necrophagia is part of what he practices.
Yeah.
Necrophagy does seem to be in the list, but like I said, you also know about necromancy, rituals involving divination via the dead. And no, there's another thing in there that's illegal as well. We don't need to mention what necrophilia is, but you guys can figure out.
Okay. So by that alone, so we here's the thing. It's not illegal to own this kind of publication. No. And we don't necessarily have any proof either of Charles doing these things.
And unfortunately, from an evidence standpoint, the fact that you took these photographs illegally, that is not how warrants work.
No.
Yes. The point is, Doctor, I think we're at the point where we're not, how we deal with this man is not a legal matter.
No, it's not. Kara says
everybody cocks their gun at once.
What I'm wondering is, what does he want from Umble House?
Probably some old belongings from his family.
Kara's gonna tap the alchemy, the Lune. It's like, whatever all this came from, and we'll jam a thumb in its general direction. I bet there's more of it in there.
Kara, you also have a shitload of occult, right?
Yes.
Okay. From your version of skimming the photocopies, basically, it, well, as I described to, because Dallas asked if it was like pretty advanced, it does go deep, but it starts lighter.
Yeah.
And it's very experimental in nature. This is not how you're used to dealing with, like, because you've actually learned a couple of hypergeometry rituals. Those are very specific and esoteric. This is methodical. He is trying to figure something out.
Yeah.
So
again,
if he was a 500-year-old sorcerer who already knew the secret of immortality, why does he need to crack it again in his homebrew notebook?
Yeah,
he might not.
I have a theory.
That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure he's searching for the secrets of whatever long life or whatever in Umbral House, and that's why he wants it.
I have a new theory, actually.
What's up?
I don't think he's related to the Dulunes at all.
He looks like he's familiarly related.
Again, okay, Dallas, you're jumping too much between your theories.
Well, no. Well, with what just parsing it over, I don't know if he's necessarily related to the Dulunes directly, but I think whatever he learned whatever this was from Oliver de Lune. I think that's fairly clear.
And consumed him?
Whether he was a familial relation or if it was a teacher, immaterial at this point.
Again,
Well, I mean, there's still. You remember you talk about ghost fucking. There's still a gap there.
Yeah.
Oliver was reported to have died in 1944. The earliest thing you have from Charles is some of his notes you think in his notebook are from the 80s. At the very least, the number of decades that have passed while he's been doing this is several.
No, I'm particularly on the bent that it's not Charles. Again, could it be?
Would it be a thing that they obtained a different person's visage or visage?
There's something wrong with Charles. There's something up with Charles.
He's from like 1940s.
I had a really dark thought.
I mean, you don't know if he's from the 1940s.
Lucky.
What?
Yeah.
Or sorry, Kara. What if the reason that the death and birth records are so sporadic is that the family members are inhabiting the newborn bodies of family members in order to prolong their own lives?
Yes. A textbook case of Charles Dexter Ward.
I never considered that, but
That makes sense if how all the women are like a certain age.
Yeah, because the thing that threw me off is that when we were listening to Irwin's tape, he brought up the fact that the ages didn't make sense. Like he even with the men and the women, he's like the men were all varying states of old, and the women were all very young, right?
I don't think it was exactly like that. But the age
not quite very young, but definitely their
younger than the
their
men.
reported age they did not look at.
Like they'd be in their
Well,
30s.
again,
while
well,
they're doing
I-
There were a couple of like late teenage boys, people who grew up post-war.
Well, again, this is one of those things that, like, if we're going on to this theory, like, they also could just be using it also could just be the fact that maybe, like, there really wasn't that many, like, births or deaths in the family. Because, again, like, this is one of the things, because, like, I'm pointing to the necromancy and necrophagy bits. Like, what if they just basically consume flesh to basically rejuvenate themselves? Yeah.
That's also definitely possible.
Like, that would explain, like, why, like,
That would explain
honestly,
the bodies on the hill.
the bodies on the hill. It still doesn't explain the rodents, by the way. I'm starting to wonder if that's just fucking bullshit that Omega's fucking with us.
Oh my god!
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
I mean, but Irwin reported all those rats, so it's like it's not
Actually,
bullshit.
I'm gonna specifically skim his alchemy notes and the Cultas de Ghoul for any mention of rats.
There is no specific rat-based illusions in the To Serve Man. And in fact, there are some of the translations of the description of ghouls appears more canid, almost. So Charles's notebook, at a first glance, you don't think has any direct references, but if you want to pick apart everything, you have to study it. That'll take you time to comprehend.
I am going to study it.
We don't have, like, do you want to do this? Be locked up for days and not do anything else? You got a lunch day tomorrow.
Will it be days?
Yes.
Yeah, study time days.
Okay.
It's pretty lengthy and very dense and technical.
We can do it after checking out the basement.
I'm actually going to go somewhere tonight.
Where?
Please just tell us what you're doing.
Okay. No, because I had this thought now after we...
Okay, but Dallas, you have a bad habit of putting a period after.
Sorry.
I'm going to elaborate.
I have to ask. I have to ask Omega.
Yes.
Does Kingsport have a cemetery?
I think so.
I'm gonna go check there.
Again, Dallas, I think you're forgetting a thing that
we're a team here.
Well, not just that, but Umbral House had its own private graveyard and cemetery on its lands. They don't need to go to.
I don't mean for them. I mean for him.
He's been here.
Few months?
I don't know how long he's been here. I don't. But I don't know if he has a I don't know, overwhelming, like...
He's been here long enough to
start. Okay, we don't have to check the
food.
cemetery. That's fine.
Well, I can metagame this. The handler doesn't know if there's a cemetery in Kingsport.
Moving on then.
It's not mentioned in the text.
Yeah. Okay. So we need to take care, of Charles at some point. He's doing something weird and illegal. Unfortunately, we have no evidence on this, so that means it's it's
time to be. It's time for
the
this.
books. I
mean, he's not doing anything obviously illegal.
I mean, I don't know. Setting a pyrotechnic in your room is probably illegal.
Actually, that is it's called a mantra.
We've definitely done worse than that.
Yeah.
May I suggest something?
I'm listening.
How about we report Charles to Agent Green and wait for further instructions on that?
I'm not exactly.
Actually, yeah, let's just report it.
I'm not exactly comfortable just killing him off of what we found in his room.
Really?
Well, yeah, because I'll be very honest. I own weirder books than just this. I don't use them, but I study them.
There's a lot of weird shit.
It's
in,
more
of
a lot of really.
I was wondering
if I were judged by the context of my library, you would have killed me 3 times over.
You know what? That is very fair. That is very fair.
What I was more thinking is, like, do we black bag him and interrogate him in the fucking middle of nowhere?
No, because that gives our hand away.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
I mean, you cannot put the black bag back in the genie bottle.
No,
I'm
that
saying,
means you have to like dump him somewhere.
I mean,
that.
I guess we have to do
in
it
a
with intent
bag
of killing
or
him.
to a secure place.
I guess how we do is we have to do it with intent of killing him if we were planning to do that. So
which you guys will not enjoy. Straight up cold-blooded murder is bad for your sanity because none of you are hurting to violence.
I'll be very honest. At this point, I would probably not go along with the plan because.
Well, okay, I get it. Everyone, we're not gonna fucking black bag it.
The theory was presented to report him to Agent Green.
Yes,
so
and I like that.
I agree with that.
You want to call your actual case officer and report him.
Yes.
How would you like to file this report?
Maybe as an additional vector to the original
potential
case.
vector.
Well, I meant higher level than that. How would you like to actually file this report physically?
We might.
Kara still has the secure text line, and you would have a phone number to access him. But it's like 9:30 at night. You guys are on pot of coffee number 5 for today, I think.
Should we just send a text that we need to report something tomorrow?
I will send them a report of I can send them a text, I suppose. There is a what color would you call this? Yellow, orange,
complication.
Yellow, probably.
Sadly, the special access program does not have a color-coded system for how high the threat is. They really probably should, but they don't.
Realistically, he's been here for like a couple of months in this legal battle.
Yeah, I know. He's not.
The legal case has been ongoing for under 6 months, but several.
This feels like it's under the category of spoopy, but not extremely important.
Not like current threat, but we have a potential.
It is
vector.
bad, but it is not volatile. I think is what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think yellow.
Yes, no.
What would you code it as in the CDC?
What are the firewall?
The CDC
level?
codes are completely different because like code yellow, I believe, is a chemical weapon.
I mean, you could always ape the DEFCON scale.
Well, currently I'm not going to make that dark.
DEFCON 2, I guess, would be this, or like 4.
I mean, currently
if I remember rightly, defense condition works up, so 5 is minimum, and then 1 is the highest. So
it's probably the world is always in a state of 5. So
let's just send us a quick hand. It's like on a quick handler. It's all like there's been a complication. There's been a complication at the opera. If I was to put this into terms, it'd be, DEFCON 4.
Because metagame-wise, this guy's probably going to turn out to be crazy, and we're probably going to have to kill him. But I want to actually play a character instead of a murder hobo.
Yes.
Well, it's different. But, I mean, for not the hobo part, at least.
I would say you probably would say like DEFCON 3. Like, it's not white hot, but like you're probably already at 4. You know the situation is spooky.
Oh yeah, 3.
5 is like nothing's wrong. So, like, average but not too bad. How do you what comes after that then? Is this like request input or we need a meeting? What is it?
Request
advisement.
Advisement, yeah.
You get a very quick text back. describe the nature of this complication. Humant, Sigint, Elint. Basically, he's asking you, what is the nature of this complication? Human would be obviously person,
Uh-huh.
So it'd be human.
You could use Archint for archaeological intelligence. No, it's not that.
Humint with a side of U-int.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all right. And he's like, all right. So there's some pausing while this is processed. Where are you right now?
Hotel.
Oh,
Black Cat Inn.
yeah. It's just be like I'll just put a hotel.
Okay. All right.
I swear to God.
So yeah, you know your hotel's booked in Kingsport. Probably like meet me at this street corner in Kingsport at midnight.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
All right.
I'm going with you.
Yeah, let's all go.
I put another pot of coffee on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
I got some tea ready.
Do we want to at least have someone continue to watch the hotel just in case?
Holland.
Holland, you okay? Because
I can watch.
All right.
we trust you the most.
I mean, yeah, Holland's a spook. You just put him in the fucking the stairwell.
I'll be fine keeping Holland backup just so we have two people together.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, I don't. If you guys are, they probably won't do cleaning in the middle of the night, but your suite is probably an OPSEC risk right now because of how many crazy conspiracy boards you have.
Actually, that reminds me. We need to.
They're white boys. We're cleaning those.
How much time do we have before midnight, and we have to get out there?
I said it was what, like 9:30 at night. You got a couple hours.
I got to write up a report. I got to give him something concise.
Okay.
So I basically got to. I basically got to write a report explaining the Lune family things and like their thoroughfare and the conjectures we have on that, and then how Charles plays into this and his potential complications.
And we might actually be close to getting
Omega, could I make
warrant.
a cult like research endeavor?
Yeah. What's your angle?
I had a niggle in the back of my head.
Yeah.
This is a long shot, and probably the answer is no, but does Gaspard de Nord, the dude, have anything at all to do with not to serve man, but the cult of the Ghoul?
No. Gaspard de Nord was medieval. You think that the Cultus de Gauls was later, like pre-Revolution France. That was by a French comte, if you recall correctly.
Just wanted to make sure, because
there's some period of time between those.
French. We heard about a French book wizard earlier.
Yeah. Okay. I don't even think I want to make you roll anything, Kara. You just type a report.
I'll make sure to delete it later.
Yeah, I mean, unless you guys brought a typewriter.
Weirdly enough, I feel like typewriters seem like actually a DG idea now. Fuck.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna write it up. I'm just gonna write it up on fucking paper. And when Agent Green gets into this, I'm gonna pull out my lighter.
All right. Okay. You handwrite a report. Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. Yeah. All right. And basically, just are you going like full beans, like every single thing you think you've learned about this case up until now? Or is this more focused?
More focused, like honestly, because I really want mostly like we don't need to like necessarily bring in like Barbara or the actual like found bodies because we don't actually know what happened to them yet. But
so mostly you're going to focus on your history of the Lune family and then how that circles back to Charles.
Yes. And,
your writing style is very, very clinical, very methodical. Mm-hmm. It reads a little bit like an autopsy, but. Or you're describing some Marvel new kind of bacteria.
Yes. That's how the Grimoire is written, too.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so you put it in a file folder. You clip it together. You've got it. The two guys are out there to swap out and stuff. And,
I did actually want to do a quick check on that. How similar are the handwritings to the two books?
To which two books?
The To Serve Man and the...
To Serve Man is it's a home printing, but it's still printed.
Oh, okay.
It's not handwritten.
It's a shitty zine thing.
Okay. No,
I mean, it's a little chunkier than that, but yeah.
Well, no, I was.
I mean, their family didn't have a history of bookbinding.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
I mean, that would be a weird one because, like I said, it's like the origin appears to be from some like obscure homebrew printing house in like upstate Wisconsin.
Oh, Wisconsin. Never mind.
Yeah.
Ooh, excuse me.
To Serve Man, the To Serve Man edition of the Cultist de Ghouls is just one of many things floating around in the ethos of the greater Cthulhu mythos.
Yeah, so I forgot that it was a Cthulhu mythos, and I thought you were making a reference to a metal band. Omega, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, they might also be making a mythos reference. There's a lot of metal bands like that. But okay, anybody else doing anything prep-wise to have your powwow with the man?
I don't think so. No. I probably want my gun back, actually. But that's a separate thing.
All right.
I still have my requisition for the gun, so I'll give you the gun back.
Yeah.
I will get my gun and put it in my back.
Sure.
On my back.
You stab yourself with your gun. Very good.
No, I make part of my back open and skin flaps and put my gun. No.
That's a ritual somewhere.
Just like everyone just starts staring at me. Take apart a sandwich.
But yeah,
the flesh consumes.
Okay. So, basically, you're told to go to a street corner.
Mm-hmm.
It's midnight. It's very dark. It's foggy. The ocean.
I have a trench coat and a white brim hat for some odd reason.
Yeah. You see another nondescript, super tinted government issue SUV parked in the corner in the corner lot.
All right.
It rolls down its window as you approach.
Mm-hmm. Like driver's side, I'm assuming.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We'll say he's alone.
Mm-hmm.
Did we come in?
Well, no, you just pull up. You pull up window to window.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And then I'll just pass a report as like just to save a bit of time, sir.
Flicks on his dashboard light, makes it look like he's doing something. Actually, no, he probably pulls out a flashlight and he skims.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of nods, closes it. He kind of looks at you like, "Do I dispose of this, or do you dispose of this?"
And it's like I'll do a motion to give it back.
All right. He passes it back to you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Charles de Lune, if that is his real name, is clearly a vector. This is not the source of the problem, but adjacent. Does that about sum it up?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, we need to take care of him. Well, with the information you've provided me, I can probably send this up to chain to the Special Access Program. It might take a few days, but we could have somebody in the Department of Justice unpack this for us. If his credentials are as shaky as you say, we could have our intelligence contact dig into his citizenship and his entry into the country through France. We might be able to get him taken in by ICE temporarily. At least, black bag him. Officially, we don't, run black sites anymore for depositing human beings extraditionally, but as you know in this business, what Uncle Sam says he does and what the program actually does are not always the same thing.
Scary.
He kind of, lights up his own cigarette and kind of out the window into the misty night. It blends in with the fog. Does your team have any particular objections to that plan, or do any of you think we need to get rolling on this faster?
I don't think the time being is the issue. It's more
Not
of
particularly.
If you want, you can get anything out of him.
If we can get him taken out quietly and yet legally, it'd be best. I would like, the only thing I'm complicated is complication is we don't know if he has any particular abilities and whatnot.
Don't worry. I will make sure that people with special access clearance bring him into custody.
That'll probably be for the best then, sir.
In case this situation of the house goes hot, shall we say, to use your terminology, DEFCON 1, I do have some more offensive assets on standby. We have some operators from Green Berets, Delta Force, HRT.
Right,
ready if this goes tactical.
At the moment, we don't have any definite signs of the situation going tactical.
But I have those in place, so we can use those to bring in Mr. Lune into custody. Do you believe that his items you describe in the report are necessary to your investigation?
Perhaps the
journal, if anything.
The journals, and Carl will say this with a bit of distaste. The to serve man, I would like to maybe be able to reference them while on.
I have a very important question for you. Did you use the phrase "cultes de ghouls" in the report?
No.
Okay.
Oh boy.
All right. You just described the contents of the book. Got it. So he'll kind of be like, "All right, we'll have the tomes brought into custody. We'll preserve those. The rest of it we'll see what we see fit. If we acquire those items, I will." He taps a phone. Give you a secure text line with the location of your drop site. As established, we have a green box codename storage facility in the area. We can have you pick up your items there.
This might be pushing it, but do you have any advice for these kinds of situations if you have, I guess, those under the belt?
He kind of chuckles to himself. Agent Benowitz, I feel like your team members with hands-on experience, he gestures at Kara and Jack, understand that in this business, there's not a lot of precedent.
Fair enough.
You understand that there are vectors of unnatural knowledge out there. It corrupts the minds and hearts of people who delve too deeply into that world, connects them to forces, entities, enemies who are not of the same interests as America. The way he says America, you guys understand he means mankind, but he doesn't want to talk about enemies of humanity, even though you guys are, sitting in a parking lot in the middle of the night and nobody can hear you.
It's like bad luck.
Well, it's one of those things. It's like I do as much as I and my character have a distaste for it. It's like I do understand. It's like hopefully he can be reasoned with, but I understand that sometimes these things are.
From the sounds of your report, this family's history goes back very far. Our own delvings into Arcant, that's archaeological intelligence, like I said earlier, is that some of these unnatural connections are very old.
Yes. I'm very worried about the actual location.
Yes, that also bothers me. There is probably... I don't know. The house itself probably contains multiple more tome rot vectors, as you've already found, and as you theorized in the report. Those will need to be policed up and dealt with in a orderly fashion. Once we take Mr. Lune into custody, and if you can access to the other legitimate property owner, and you guys would know that Garza already has written permission from the homeowner.
Yeah, so we actually have grounds to possibly get a warrant, so we can go there, and if something happens, we can cover it up more easily.
Well, actually, no. Here's the thing: once Charles Lune's vanishes, guess what? That case court is going to vanish too. He won't be able to.
Oh, we'll suppress it. We'll probably have a conversation. Probably not with program personnel, but somebody from the government will have a conversation with Mr.
I will
Deckard.
say, I think I'm fairly certain that most other parties, including the interesting lawyer, are not abreast of the situation, as the Vector in question made very impressive efforts to conceal this.
Yep. Get him on that, I'm sure. So the household could be nothing, but it could be something deeper. I would advise you to use extra caution, especially if you are required to go into the underground. And he specifically, because Kara has the text line set up. Remember, the code word for a tactical situation is Rhino.
Yeah.
Do you need anything else from the special access program this evening?
Do you have a handgun?
The idea of a flamethrower flicked through Kara's mind, but
roll your bureaucracy or actually make me.
I'll do bureaucracy because I actually filed the paperwork.
Sure.
I'll just ask, like, can you?
Another question is like, would C4 be a bit too hot?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's a success. I got a 4.
Yeah, okay. You succeed with Delta Green. He just reaches in, glove box. He produces a FBI issue Glock, and there's a little, piece of paper with it, a little card. He's just like, all right.
Thank you.
C4 is incidental but restricted.
It's curious if, would it be too hot if we tried, if something happened in the basement of the place?
Your tactical team would have that on standby.
Okay.
We will be prepared if you think demolitions work is necessary. We have specialists. I don't keep C4 in my trunk.
No, that's
I'm actually worried.
understandable.
I'll say this. I'm worried beyond the household. Something keeps coming in the back of my mind in that I don't know if they know what they were building on. Or maybe
that is for you as the field team to determine if it is determinable what they are building on, or if whatever they've built on needs to go.
I mean, if there's a giant underground, we can just, throw some IEDs on support pillars, just collapse the whole damn thing.
And no one knows it happened.
This is why you are. I see that the petty officer is not present currently, but this is why your team doesn't involve a special operative who is highly trained in varieties of tactics of this nature and how to cover these things up.
Like I said, the house has been there a long time. It wouldn't be surprised if some support structures just
finally broke.
There's been a lot of storms this winter.
Yes, but I do believe that'll be all.
Yeah, all right. That's where the conversation wraps up. Okay. Mm-hmm. Then probably once you say you're done without a word, he just, no, that could be forensics. He will, stub out his cigarette in his ashtray in his car, roll up his window, and just drive away, headlights off, into the fog.
We burn the report.
We get out of the car and burn the report, but...
Yeah. Throw it in a trash can.
I'm going to spend some time researching this mortician god. Because that kind of jumped out at me as odd.
Okay.
Well, not relevant, but it might be something.
By the way, you've been issued a pretty standard issue Glock 17, so it's a medium pistol. Yeah. Holds 17 rounds.
Yeah, I'm just going to holster that.
Yep. All right, well, interesting enough, it seems like we might have a few days to wait before Charles Lune is out of the picture.
We might just need to...
Yeah, fabricating a whole-ass warrant trail to... Or, if not fabricate, convincing NSA, CIA, ICE to, take an eyeball at this guy that he's probably got some illegal credentials in this country.
Which is surprisingly more commonplace of a threat nowadays.
But...
Yeah, no, Uncle Sam will object to that. They probably didn't pay attention to him because he looks like some weird French nerd, but since you have told the Delta Green Special Access Program that he is a problematic nerd, Uncle Sam will take a cold, hard look at him.
The guy will end up having shot himself in the back of the head 3 times.
No, he's just gonna
we'll get into the postscript, but he is absolutely gonna be detained somewhere quietly in the next couple of days, pretty sure.
Well, that's the thing is, like, do we just want to kind of do a time skip and wait for those few days while something happens? Because
so we're almost at 4 hours. I don't know what you guys' energy levels are like. I'm still good to go for a little bit. I kind of figured that our next day's plan would be to
hit the basement.
Oh yeah, hit the basement. Yeah, that's right.
Derp. And that'll be something that I'm sure, especially with some of the items and things, you may want, because he has pretty good military science, you may want Holland to look at as well.
Well, I'm not going to be needed for that. I hope not. I'm a little. I'm not gonna lie. I when Omega says like, "Are you sure you're not gonna want to be there?" I'm like, "There's gonna be something medical up there
just
too."
Be in the car. Just be in the car like nearby, so we can bring you in.
Be in the car reading your tome.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna start like, I am going to start the study.
Yeah.
Also, dibs on the physical copy of the book. Yeah.
By the way, spoilers. You're not getting that copy. It's a serve, man.
Yeah, no, I know.
No, that's
somebody's gonna see that word called as the ghouls and be like, yeet.
All right, that's fine, but no, I claim dibs on the alchemy book, physically.
Sure.
Well, I never took the physical copy yet. But
all right, let's do. We can probably, if you guys are gonna be fairly slimline. I mean, you could always, if you're okay leaving in the basement, we could time skip until your nerds have time to study the alchemy text because you have multiple copies because they're digital.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could just cut back to we did the basement earlier.
No, like I mean, again, like once again. Well, actually, like
the dinner date, like the whole premise.
The dinner date thing, we can like it doesn't have to happen like that. We can't wait a couple days. And hell, like shoot, we could even like during the lunch thing, fucking professor can be all like, "Oh yes, that professor man, I saw him get carted off by some feds into a black van. Very strange. These things."
Oh, am I Swedish?
I don't know. I'm making
I
a
don't
weird
understand
accent.
your accent, Vermont man. I believe that's what you said. You retconned it to. He's a Vermont mountain man.
No, I retconned it to Missouri.
Missouri. That's that kind of sound. I saw that man get into the back.
No, not Missouri. Not Missouri.
Wait, it was Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Oh, I saw him get put in the back of a van. Don't you know?
I'm not doing a Canadian accent.
Anyway,
Robin is at work somewhere, even though it's a Sunday, and spinning.
What is this about?
Oh yeah.
Don't you know? I can't fucking do accents to save my life.
Don't you know?
That's okay.
I feel like the thing is like Robin would just laugh at us. That's the thing.
I could do Scottish, Irish, and Welsh, and that's about it.
Anyway, but like I said, I want to do like I say we do this time skip thing, get him out of the picture. The archaedig doesn't look like it's been going necessarily much.
They might find more.
By like 2 or 3 days past, they'll probably have pulled out another complete skeleton.
Yeah, no. Can we put a like wait on it, but tentative? Like if shit starts happening.
Oh yeah. I'll tell you, free pass in your time.
Gotcha.
You're gonna put something to cook. This scenario is supposed to be a little slower.
Mm-hmm.
As evidenced by the fact that I put a book that has tech days in here.
I just don't want if one kid accidentally hits a relic with a pickaxe to be like, okay, now we have to go. And there's a tentacle monster walking down the street. God damn it!
I'm more thinking we have a crypt full of ghouls now, but that might be something else.
Yeah, no, I'm in that thought too. By the way,
I think that might be a possibility. I also think there is something wrong with those stones.
Well, yes,
it
might be the support piece.
Listen. Hunger spirits. Hunger spirits, ghouls.
Magic rats.
That's why I'm looking up this mortician god thing because I'm like that. This is the connecting thing. I have
Dallas,
a feeling,
I would like you to roll unnatural.
Oh boy.
Better roll well or get nothing.
Oh, I actually think I got it.
Oh my! Oh no!
Yeah, I got a 10.
Oh,
okay. So you correlate your contents. You rack your brain. You remember, like you said, you've never read it, but you do recall that Cultes de Ghouls was published in 1705. It describes an entity, a noun, sometimes called the Mortician God, also sometimes referred to as Mordigian, which itself might be just etymologically just a corruption of Mortician. An entity which is simultaneously referred to as the Father of Ghouls or the Mother of the Veil of Darkness.
Oh no.
It is a entity, a deity, a spirit, a god or something that is related to the concept of death and the owner of the dead. You recall reading in some obscure scroll somewhere that the mortician god is given all the dead as its due. All dead things belong to it. It is said to be from where the entities known as the ghouls or gulls spawn, and descriptions of this entity vary wildly. It might be a whirling darkness, a formless column of pure shadow. Might take the appearance of an enormous corpse-eating worm or maggot. It may manifest as a single hand which delivers swift and painless death to those it touches.
Oh, boy. Yeah, no, I had them fun, too.
From what you're understanding of the unnatural, this is not an entity that's so much worshipped as paid homage. To worship the mortician god, the charnel god, the hand which embalms, is to call it into this world, which is an anathema to all living things.
It is a being of death.
Oh,
As a liminal deity, some people think of it as something you can stave off. You can give offerings to this one, and it shall repay you in kind. It shall not come for you with death. Or perhaps because the death it brings is painless and instant, it is, a peaceful deity to be called upon. Maybe it's even fair and impartial. It only governs the dead, not the living. One last bit is, that again this creature, the mortician god Mordigian, also known by the proper nouns Nagab, Shorashho, Sinothoglis. It apparently rules over a paradise for night creatures and the living dead called the Garden of Midian. Ghouls, necromancers, and vampires live free of the persecution of the sun. And that's what you recall as, static fills your brain and you hear sinister violin strings.
I will reluctantly share this with the group.
I mean, my reactions are as I yelled about earlier. So I don't think we have, Wait, is this a goo?
Do you want to roll your unnatural? No, I mean you have unnatural. Yes, this would be describing that. Yeah, this is an unnatural entity. This is a high level unnatural intelligence.
As in capital, the capital enemy, the capital E enemy.
It's not the capital because there's only two of those. It's the one down.
Well, as I said, from what Jack remembers from his fever dreams and studies, the mortician god is not necessarily a malevolent force. It is just a force of death. It governs the dead, so the dead are owed to it. But while you're still alive, that's not necessarily its territory.
But if you give it offerings, not worshipping, offerings, you might stave off your death.
Which might be how you do it.
Out of context, if I remember correctly, it's a GOO.
Goo!
Yeah.
Listen, we're not necessarily going to dive into whether or not August Derlith's classification system of outer gods, great old ones, and elder gods works, but
I hate Derlith so
it's
much.
complex.
I'm just gonna go with goo. If it's giant and unknowable and out there and all powerful, it's a goo.
Yeah, it's not.
Or it's
although I think it's a
weird shapes of hexes and shit.
This hurts Garza's brain.
Exactly.
It's just. I mean, one of the things, the descriptions it has that Jack recalls is a formless, whirling column of darkness.
I probably flower it up a little bit. Yeah. I don't give you the straight. I mean, okay, they were probably worshipping this.
Not worshiping.
Well,
offering.
Making offerings to, which honestly fits with our story.
Professor Mormo, I'll be real with you. It sounds like you're just spewing some weird fantasy novel bullshit at me, but I understand.
Oh, trust me, I know.
It's not.
I know, but it's how I'm compartmentalizing this.
I am just going to ignore this.
That's fair.
That's fine.
That's fair.
I've never heard this.
That's fair.
That's fine.
All right.
If you start
Honestly,
speaking
though,
about this,
guys, I'm getting to this. Like, I don't think we're necessarily going to find exactly what is happening until we actually get in that house.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's going to be session 3.
Yeah.
It's also,
We'll check that
also
basement
the
first.
Priory.
And the
let's-
Priory.
Yeah,
let's
Part-
just get
You
the
guys,
base
well,
plan
I mean,
anyway.
you guys will have plenty of time to plan. Are you going to do a day raid or a night raid?
We'll think about
Day raid,
that.
if you fuck it up, that means you have to worry about people seeing it with their eyes.
I think we're
Raid,
doing a
if
night
you
raid with
are-
Spec Ops. I think we might need to do like a
I
night
really
raid
don't
Spec
want
Ops.
to do a night raid.
Yeah, but if we get a warrant, we can.
Maybe small hours of the morning before
The
anybody
lady
wakes the
of
fuck
the
up.
dark, the queen
Actually,
of
wait,
the
wait.
night
How about
of
this?
the shadows.
If we
Well,
get
here's
a
the thing,
warrant,
guys,
we can check the premises during the day.
Professor, you gotta remember, we're still living. Only if we're still living, we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that, but you know what her children like? The dark.
Well, here's the thing: if we have to go underground, it doesn't matter if we go day or night.
You know, fair.
So, I'm okay fast forwarding a little time to do the text for sure.
Yeah.
So, those of you reading Alchemy de Lune, it is in English. The study time is days. You gain 4 percentiles in occult, 4 percentiles in science chemistry, 1 percentile in unnatural, and you lose 1 san.
That's a pretty good deal, honestly.
Okay, so
My occult goes up to
Sam
60.
is-
Yay.
Can we go above 80?
Yes, in play you can go above 80.
Okay. So 4 in occult?
Yes,
Wait, how much in chemistry?
4. Here, I'll just post it.
Is anyone else reading this book?
Yes.
Well, yeah,
I'm
me
asking
too,
Ash,
but I don't think
know
anybody
Ash
else
can,
is.
Not now. Maybe later because it's days.
Very well.
Garza will
Yeah.
be also.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
lose a sand.
after we do the
Things.
basement and then we have days to wait. Sure, I guess.
I'll be very honest. I don't know how willing I will be to hand out copies of the other book.
It's just a trashy thing.
Honestly-
It's not. It's not, though.
To
You
serve
keep saying it is.
Well,
I think you're
okay.
confusing
I
the
mean,
focus the goals.
It takes parts of that book
Very
and
shitty.
puts them in the book.
it does. The thing that, and you would see this also from reading it. The thing is, it is filtered through like very crappy translations. Like it's got grammatical sections that you don't think, so it's not going to learn anything. You probably maybe still don't want to read it because, but it is not a unnatural tone with capital letters. It does not get you any benefits for studying it.
Do we get anything from
It's kinda-
burning it, though?
You get 1 sandbag if you burn Charles's notebook.
No, this is mine now. It's going on my shelf with the other one.
Okay. So, to describe what's in here, this is a handwritten notebook by Charles de Lune, which is half his vague attempts to recall or translate alchemical recipes and rituals he has found in Europe or recalled from family history. The phrase family recipe is used frequently. And then the other half is experimental notes in attempting to make it work. So he has things like various salts and powders which produce light without heat or smokeless fire. Several attempts to make soporifics and anesthetics, herbal medicines, many different ways you can make homebrew acids. Now, shockingly, an educated reader will find that most of this is just a very esoteric form of chemistry which does produce results.
Yeah, it's just it's just chemistry with way flowery writing.
Yeah. Though some of the ratios and prep methods are very specific, so it's he's done a lot of practice and a lot of work in here to make it work.
Yeah.
You guys lose a point of sand mostly from his tone and apparent logic and experimentation. He tries things on small animals, for instance.
Oh, yeah, no, suddenly I'm not feeling so bad that this guy's getting black bagged.
His latest entries are very clearly trying to find ways to obtain immortality or rejuvenate the body. something that has to do with a phrase that is used, family feast.
Oh, God. Yeah. We're going to lose so much sand when we get inside that house.
This is gonna be so
I will let you know, this tome contains 2 rituals. Yes. The dust of the thresholds and the powder of Ibn Ghazi.
What does those do? What the fuck?
Well, your unnatural brainiacs can guesstimate, because these would have their own research times that will be separate and have sand loss.
Yeah.
I actually want to research into the dust of Ibn Ghazi.
I mean, I want to learn both of them because I'm a whore for hypergeometry.
That's fine.
You are going to get that addiction.
Dust of the Threshold sounds a little bit too much like vampire shit to me. I don't want to deal with that.
Or like super preservation or something.
Nah, it's vamp.
Well, I would like to at least have some general...
Your skim of Dust of the Thresholds is... It appears to be a alchemical recipe that produces a powder, which does something to... the phrase used is things not of this earth, with possibly extra vowels.
Oh, actually, fucking... Yeah, no, I'm learning that. That seems useful.
And then the powder of Ibn Ghazi...
That sounds familiar for some reason.
Is another alchemical distillation that produces a fine silvery powder, which will let ye see that which cannot be seen temporarily.
I'm not...
What's the learning time on both of these?
These are both elaborate rituals, so...
Like, because they create basically things you can use later, right?
Yeah, no, they're alchemical. They produce doses of items you can work. So an elaborate ritual has a study time of, I'm going to say, probably weeks.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna put
this later.
Well, no, I'm just gonna star in my notes the Dust of the Threshold because that seems once again useful.
Well, again, I'm gonna go for both of them, but we will see.
Yeah.
Months later.
Days, I'm like, yeah, we can fudge some days. Weeks, no.
Yeah,
no,
study time
after
weeks.
That's after we get rid of that house.
You just set up the powder in a line, and then that's how you take it.
You probably would have something about that.
Snorting Great Old One dust as cocaine sounds like...
Well, so, one of the ingredients that is... the ingredients of both of these are completely up to the handler. One of the suggested ingredients for Dust of the Threshold is mummified pharaohs, so... Yeah, let's start some mummy dust, y'all.
Oh my god, fuck it.
You're not the first.
Some fucking British people fucking designed this. God damn it. They're fucking eating mummies. Is there any of that left anywhere?
No. I think the only thing that they said...
if after studying it, remember how I said the powder of Ibn Ghazi is supposed to be silvery?
Mm-hmm.
Does he have something already?
Jack will recognize that, and also, Garza, you studied this too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would also recognize because you both listed in the trunk. He had 3 jars of that stuff in the trunk already.
Oh, he already has it. Okay, that's why I'll report that. He
Ooh,
actually has
I definitely might want to...
Okay.
Yeah, we need to talk to Handler about getting that stuff.
Addendum. 3 vials of silver shit in the box may be important.
Yeah.
You can arrange that. You've got data.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've been going for over 4 hours. There's going to be more shit in the basement, so I think we should probably leave that to kick off next time, and then you guys got to figure out what you want about the house, how you want to tackle that. So feel free to discuss off mic.
The house on the hill.
Yep. The house on a hill, which may be hollow.
I kind of love that, like, everything about the rats is just mostly gone now.
No, I don't.
Well,
think so.
you guys picked the non-rat part of the scenario to investigate.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
You were focused mostly on humans and dudes, not locales.
And we're like,
or at
okay,
least not the locale in here.
So maybe it's ghouls and rats at the same time.
Well,
you don't know it's ghouls. Just because I name dropped Mordigian.
Well, also,
he did say maybe. So.
It's
again, like to be fair, I can't think of an angle to like pursue the rats on. Like, do we go to like animal control and talk about like if anyone's been having rat problems? I don't know.
No, there's still one bit of research I wanted to try and do.
We can handle
but
that
it would. I don't know how I would go about it.
Well, think about it. Like, we should probably wrap up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
so I figure we will wrap up.
Investigate like the ecology of the area and like the history of like any kind of.
This is the opposite of wrapping up.
Sorry.
No, I get what he's going for. So yeah, like we can think on the exact nature of that. All right,
put it in the note page of things to do.
Check your notes.
Yeah,
you want to check out the basement, and you want to figure out directly.
What
relevant.
What do with house?
Investigate.
Yes, you also need to think of your plans there.
Yeah.
House before. Yeah.
I still think we should do like we stake it out during the day with the warrant, and then do a night raid.
We don't need a warrant.
We literally don't need a warrant.
We have a
no. You have the owner's permission
from the owner to be on the property.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. That's actually, by the way, how that works. If we're not clear.
Oh, okay. I thought
the reason why you get a warrant is because your property, your person's papers and effects are protected from unreasonable search and seizure. So you get a warrant to say this search is reasonable. Well, guess what? If you volunteer to the law enforcement, they don't need a warrant. This is this is why you are always advised to not give police free reign to come into your house, because then everything is free game. You are like, do you have a warrant? Because the warrant has to be specific.
Oh, okay. I thought of the thing was that like it was always a no unless you use permission to file for a thing.
Well, let's be very fair. We are probably not going to do anything negative towards Barbara, who I'm fairly sure was a red herring.
Just kind of related.
Not a red herring, but a.
I mean, again, like Omega said that he hit a machine gun in the scenario, and I'm willing to put money that it's in that fucking basement.
The better question, though, is what else is in that basement?
Exactly.
Here's the thing. I agree with you now, Lucky. I was half expecting when we met up with Agent Delta Green for him to just hand us a machine gun.
It's like,
here,
field team, you might need this. Just pass it through the window.
I said, when you asked about the C4, I was like, well, he doesn't have it in his trunk, but if you wanted to try and roll, he could try and get it. But his opinion is, no, we have people for that.
That's fair. I just asked if it's like is that too far of an idea for the situation?
And he's like, no, but we'll keep that one in reserve. I'll keep that one in my pocket. Agent Benowitz.
Hey, Omega, I'm gonna
cheap,
guess.
Apparently.
I didn't ask you this specifically. I'm gonna guess one of the symbologies of the Nagab. Is it a white skeletal hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the epithets is the hand which embalmed. So.
Yeah.
Spooky white hands is one of the themes.
By the
way, I have a lot of comparative mythopoeia, because this is all not real mythology, to talk about later. I got in the weeds on this one, guys.
The post talk is going to be fun, because I kind of want to see where you came from a plague tale to this.
Yeah, it's this got deep dived in several classic Lovecraft stories and some other sources. We'll unpack that once we're actually done with the scenario.
Because this might just be a cabal of grave wizards.
Is this by any chance any? Okay, I'll just ask you this. You don't have to answer yes or no. Did you read anything by Ashton Smith?
Directly, no.
Okay.
But Cultist de Ghouls is his creation, so I leaned into that one a little.
Oh, he did do that too, didn't I? I wasn't thinking of that one. I was thinking.
I don't know what what that is specifically. Like.
Oh, he's just a horror writer. He's an early horror writer in like the 30s.
Actually, no. I think Cultist de Ghouls was Derleth.
Yeah,
Averignon is Smith, though. Yeah, I did not read any of his works directly, but some of his mythological elements were used to inspire this. Yes.
I'm so used to people talking about Derleth like everything he did was bad. So I don't know.
I mean, he's very 50-50.
So the most thing, we can get this on mic before we wrap up. I want to say this in quote-unquote defense of August Derleth. Derleth tried to put a very straightforward war in heaven elemental system on the mythos, because he was trying to... I mean, neither he or Lovecraft was necessarily writing horror fiction at the time. It was just weird fiction. So he was just trying to like conceptualize everything in like a systemic way. And I think Derleth actually came up with some good concepts, because he assigned Ithaqua to wind and Cthulhu to fire.
Fair.
Because there was no air and fire before. Though also Haster is associated with air for some ungodly reason.
I feel like he made some missteps with Haster, and then also like Elder Signs being crosses, which is a different.
There's some weird stuff in how he interpreted things, and like fucking nobody does the Elder Gods good, Great Old Ones bad conflict.
No,
because it's a little too cliched fantasy. But his system of trying to categorize things is not like inherently wrong. It's just, he was doing his own thing.
And I think it does do a good job at explaining like the power, for lack of a better term, the power scaling of some of the entities.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game has kind of kept the categorization system for, like, rough categories in a while. We'll see you guys get to figure out how Omega interprets Elder Gods if you ever meet old man Nodens. Won't that be funny?
Nodens, the god of ghouls. Yeah.
No.
Run into Nodens and his hunting horrors in the Dreamlands. Will he ride up and save you from Nyarlathotep?
So the weirdest thing about Nodens is like he's not actually bad. He just don't fuck with him.
I feel like if we ever meet Nyarlathotep, we're just dead.
No, that's about right.
It depends what mask he's wearing.
Or if he puts us into a weird death game, he likes those two.
Nyarlathotep is like, to me, at least from my interpretation of the mythos, the one that is the most consistently antagonistic towards humanity as a whole.
Oh yeah, no, he's a fuck. Gnarly's a fuckboy. But to be fair, some of his masks are not threatening. It's canonical to a pre-gen scenario I have actually run. I think Marth was there. That one of Nyarlathotep's masks is just a guy who looks exactly like Miles Davis, but with pure black eyes. There was a Jazz of the Dead fucking scenario in one of the
game. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
I think just like troll. It's just trolls.
I think
he has a couple of giant monster forms. We're not going to dig into that. We've been going for over 4 hours. We're almost at 420 hours. Blaze it.
I meant as in like troll. As in
fucking with you? Yes, absolutely. But we're done here. Guys, the section is over. You guys can roll your d4 for your skills that you have checked on your failures. You got a lot of that, but I did ask for a few more rolls. So you can up your skills. I think that's everything post game.
I'm gonna roll me D4 in history.
They were both critical failures because, of course, they were.
Yeah.
He's very good at doing that.
Oh, I actually got a 4. Holy shit! All right, cool. My history goes up to 15. Big numbers.
All right. Well, if that's everything, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, guys. I'm gonna cut the audio. We'll see you guys next time for possibly the thrilling conclusion of Rat's Nest.
Mill size at 21.